Oh my god, chat. Here we are. We're back. Let me go ahead and share the stream. Alright, chat. We're here. Now, you might be wondering what's on my screen. Well, this is a piece by my good friend Radiante, which she wanted a little bit of help with because she's feeling stuck. So we're going to take a look at it. Just grabbing some references I pulled up for what I wanted to do for this quick paint over, and then I will get started. There we go. All right. All right. I'm gonna go full opacity. Just sketching some stuff here. So what we're going for on this, the notes I've been given, is that it needs to look menacing, but also Baroque. So the first thing, I'm going to raise this wood on this music stand to be more of a halo around the character's head. That's number one. Now, let's see. I want to put like a fawn face in here. Maybe just a little hint of the smile down here. That's the juxtaposition. It's supposed to be her sweet, innocent character with very sinister undertones and the piano behind them. So that's what we're going for. To do that, I'm going to render a devil or a fawn into the woodwork and play with some kind of hell inferno imagery carved into the piano. I'm going to have the color, that kind of neon pink color, reflected off the character up into the wood. So it's almost like the character is lit from the inside, kind of radiating into the thing behind it. Not literally, but just for like a little stylistic touch. I think that's cool. I'm assuming that was intentional from Radiante, but if not, I think it's a cool thing to play into. Hi, shut up. What's going on? Hello. Hi. Shut Up and Chat is Radiante. Radiante is an extremely talented illustrator, painter, who is getting into book cover published work. Yeah, she's still a student, but super talented. Had the pleasure of meeting her not super long ago, but this is one of her pieces, and she's been a little stuck on it, so we're just gonna give it some love, and yeah, see where we end up here. If you'd like to follow Radiante, I believe her name on Instagram is just Radiante Mozzarella, but feel free to type it in chat for people as more people come in here. No problem at all. More people need to follow your stuff. Your work's great. I'm not going to be satisfied until I see you getting comic cover work for major publishers. I'm not sure how they hold these in statues, so I'm gonna have to noodle on this a bit because I don't have a perfect reference. Forgive me while I fudge the fawn anatomy on this little devil over here. Do they... Oh, I think I know what it is. Okay. So if a fawn is holding a harp in like a Baroque thing, I want to say the arm kind of does this, and they kind of do the little dainty like limp wrist. I could be wrong. This might be something you want to reference from an actual statue. But I think tying it into the music, having them play little instruments up here would be cool. Two little fawn devil dudes reclining on the sides. Oh my god, the fawn legs are gonna fuck me up. Radiante, if your mother is watching, tell her hello and thank you for the lovely meal. That Chinese restaurant in Providence is like on my list. I've gone back twice just to get the takeout hand-pulled noodles. Holy shit, the place is incredible. I'm not sure if you heard me say this earlier in the chat, Radiante. I think a cool thing, I'm not sure if you did it intentionally or not. I don't know. If you didn't do it intentionally, take credit for it. I think having the character kind of light up the piano subtly, almost like the character was like a light bulb. Like taking that pink and purple that you have here and having it be on the edges that are facing the character, like this. Like, and having it get dimmer as you move away from the center, I think is a really cool little stylistic thing. Like, they're almost like, I don't know, like incandescent. I think that's a very cool little touch. Just have it gradually get darker as we move away from the center. So it's like a halo of red around that kind of pink, purple, peach. I don't know how they hold harps and statues. I'd have to go look. I'm assuming it's something like this, though. For anyone just joining, this is a paint over. This is not my work. Again, not going to be a perfect paint over. I'm trying to keep it relatively quick so you can take your spin on it. This swoop back here, I think. Coming to a curl behind the fawn. Some little Baroque leaf carving things. In chat, Radiante, her name is Shut Up in the chat. She did this painting. Follow her on Instagram, Radiante Mozzarella. Yeah, it's stronger if it's just the silhouette of the fawn, actually. Actually gonna bring this curl around like this. Then we'll get into the rest of this. So again, for anyone just joining, this piece is supposed to be like an innocent young boy playing a piano, but the piano is supposed to have kind of ominous, sinister undertones. So we're taking Radiante's painting, and I'm carving some Baroque, kind of devil, gargoyle, hell-themed stuff into it. This is a paint over Shays for in chat. Her name is Shut Up. And again, as with all paintovers, take the stuff you like, leave the stuff you don't, get out of it whatever you need to get out of it to make the piece yours. Never listen to 100% of what someone tells you to do unless you agree with 100% of it. Part of the fun is figuring out for yourself. I know this fawn leg here is wrong. I know this is wrong. 100% this fawn leg is like an abomination. I know it's incorrect, and it's driving me a little crazy. So they come back, and there's like an ankle thing there, and there's like a reverse knee. Then they go up, and then they come down. You get the idea, though. I did not see Dune 2 yet. I'd like to, though. I'd have to go all the way to Providence, Rhode Island to see it, though, because I want to see it in IMAX. Actually, I think it would be something like that, right? Unironically? Yeah. I think it would be like this. I think it would come down and go straight over. As weird as that is. Yeah, I think that's actually correct. Even though it looks like a nightmare. I know I sent you a reference of this, Radiante, in that message. I just don't have it up next to me. I know I sent you this pose, though. Alright, moving on, so I don't spend all day on this little fawn. Sorry, I'm not looking at chat. I will read messages in a moment. Alright, so now let's look at the legs of this piano. Radiante, since I have you here, is this composition what you're going for? Do you want the piano to go all the way to the edges, or is there more of a bleed? Radiante, is there more bleed on the edges? All the way to the edge? Okay. Just checking. I will respect that then. I'll respect it. So some little gargoyle legs. Trying to make sure that it's not a tangent. I think I know, okay, I think I know what to do with this. I think I need to take this, and I think I want to make it more of a, yeah. I'm gonna have them come in like this a bit. Yeah. I can cut in like that. I'm gonna take this. This is fine. Bring that over here. Alright, so now I want to give this more of a swoop where it crests up in like the inflated kind of puff chests. These usually have a tail, but they don't need to. You could bring the tail up like this and have it crop the body, because you don't want to interrupt that. You don't want to interrupt that awesome chair he's sitting on. So I would have the tail come over like this, and maybe do something like that. Then you could have it come down and play into the spiral at the bottom. The back leg would now come into the edge over here. Some of that red, that nice vibrant red. Keep it running through parts of this that aren't facing Pepito. Have the wings come up. They can end in little curls too. I can't say Pepito. I gotta say Pepito. Have some horns here. I still want you to do a mural in my house, Radiante. I still need it. I still want Virgil leading Dante down into the Inferno in the triangle that follows my stairs into the basement. I still want you to paint that so I can get it printed on a custom canvas and mount it to the wall. Like that, oh god, I think you did you have a piece I have over here in my bookshelf that looks almost exactly the way I want it to look. I still got to talk to you about doing that sometime. I want to line it up so the lantern he's holding is the light that I have on the wall, so it actually like comes out, and I think it'd be super fucking cool, but I gotta have you over to the house to look at it sometime. It's 1 second, chat. I'll be right back. This piece. I want like this going down my stairs, but I want somebody holding a lantern leading them down into hell, and I want the lantern to be the light bulb at the top of the stairs. But these colors, all these colors, if you want to do a real mural at my house, it's in an awkward spot, but you are more than welcome to do it. I will let you make a trial portfolio in my basement. Oh yeah, those are the stained glass windows I showed you. I'm up in my 3rd floor. I'd love to theme the whole house on the Divine Comedy, like... So upstairs is all churchy. There's like stained glass, and there's like hanging braziers, and there's like lots of antiques and lots of light. So it's very like churchy, heavenly. And the kitchen level is all William Morris stuff that's all like floral patterns and forest scenes and animals. So that's very like earth. So if the basement was like hell, like I'd love to do that thematically. Just in a really subtle way. I think that'd be a nice touch. Pepito! Yeah. Oops. I would change this one. To either a flute or a trumpet, or I guess panpipes would make the most sense. Just so it's not perfectly symmetrical. Break it up a little. I guess panpipes descend, so they come up like this in a kind of a diagonal. And there's usually a band around the top, and they kind of do this. So it sort of mirrors the harp. And then you can have like a little dainty finger over here. We love a dainty finger. I think these X's are fine. I think you can keep those for where the music goes. I don't think you need to show the sheet music there. I don't think that's necessary. If you want sheet music in here, what you do is you have it on the floor, like it fell off. If you want to do sheet music, put it down here. Do not put it up here. It'll take away from the composition. Definitely put it here. Pan flute over here, harp over here. The other thing you could do, oh, hold on. I just had an idea that might be very good or very bad. This might be very good or very bad. Hold on. Oh, man. This is a toss-up for me. Shit. I wonder if you know what I'm gonna say. Oh, this is such a bummer. This is such a good idea, too. There's some awesome scenes from the illustrated versions of the Inferno that have a devil mouth like this. Like, this is how Satan's portrayed usually. Is like a big mouth eating people at the bottom of the ninth circle. Fuck. Hold on. Hold on, I'm gonna try this and see how it looks. This might be really cool. It might suck, but it might be really cool. You run the risk of it looking goofy, because Satan always looks a little goofy in those hell things. And then these would be moved over to the side. These would be like over here. They'd curl back and down. I don't know. The pan might be more sinister than the Inferno Satan. Yeah. I mean, you could make the Inferno Satan look cooler. You could definitely deviate, but I think the pan's probably better. I don't know. I don't know. One or the other. You get the idea. Let's see. Last couple things I'm gonna do. I would probably... I'd probably beef this up just so it's not a straight line and have it kind of flute in, just to make that shape a little more irregular to match the ornate rest of it. I'd flute this out too, like that. Just a small thing. Just to get that. You could carve something into that too if you wanted to, for sure. It doesn't need to be super thick. Just a little bit of an irregular shape there. Get some reflection in it. Pepito. Wood's fun because it's not a regular surface, like it looks flat, but it can reflect things in a bunch of weird ways. So you can kind of move the reds around and move the reflections around to suit your needs. Because wood can be like warped and choppy and stuff, have knots in it and things. This needs some love, but let me see what to do with it. Give me 1 second. I gotta find a quick reference. Almost done here. Almost done here, and then you can go on. Go on with your life. Where is this reference? I know I've seen these before. Where is this thing? I have to find it. Yeah, this thing. Yeah. Okay. They're on cathedrals a lot. For those of you just joining, this is a paint over for my good friend Radiante, who's in chat. Radiante is a book cover illustrator and student, even though she's published. You can follow her on Instagram at Radiante Mozzarella. Okay, let's see. All right, so, all right. Another couple quick things and then I'll wrap this up so I don't totally steal your whole afternoon. Radiante, you're in chat. You can explain who Pepito is. Radiante, I swear to God, I don't know if you've read this manga. You would do the sickest Berserk fan art. You could paint like the dopest Griffith. My God. I would love to see that actually. Like a Renaissance painting of Griffith in your style. Oh my God, it would be good. The fucking angel wing armor. You would crush that. Fuck, I really want to see that now. That looks so good. God damn it. That'd be awesome. Wow. Did my music really end that fast? It hasn't even been that long. Unreal. Lo-fi synthwave hip-hop beats to relax and study to is really fucking slacking, guys. Give me 1 second while I find some music. What's up, Artiga? Doing a paint over. Pepito! I'm gonna see if this works in here. It might not. If it doesn't, I'm just gonna do a quick pattern, but I want to check this out first. have to rotate this head for this to work. These are little gargoyle swoop things that are often on like the crenellations of cathedrals. They're usually used as water spouts. But they're like long and narrow and they kind of fit the shape of this thing. If you did it totally in profile, I was thinking you could have it with its head rotated like that, and you could continue the arc of the neck with it breathing kind of flames, and the flames can mimic the leaf patterns. There's some in Newport at the antique shops and at the mansions. There's a lot of street lanterns that do this, where there's a gargoyle and its mouth is shooting the flames out, and they put the bulb up in the flames, so it looks like it's sprouting fire when the bulb lights up. But I think you could use that to carry the patterns that are in the rest of the carved wood down into this base. You can kind of go as hard as you want on it with the details, or as simple. It's just a good way to bullshit some texture in here so it's not an empty rectangle. We gotta figure out when we're going to the Illustration Museum, because it's springtime soon. It's also a good way to reflect some of that Pepito. They usually have their legs under the wing and they're in like a crouched position, but honestly, I think just bringing the wing down might be stronger. I think just making it a stylized wing that curls in on itself and not showing the body would fit better. They do this a lot for like chair legs and things, or the backs of chairs or couches. It's not unheard of that they just don't do the body. So I would do that. Wrap it up and around. Some Spanish music, yeah, probably. Alright, I'm almost done. I promise. When you showed me this and you were like, I'm stuck, I was like, I need to do a paint over on this. I needed it in my soul. She just wasn't sure how to finish it up. Struggling with how to make the piano look cool. Proportions and things. I think the proportions are fine, especially because in the era that this character would exist, they made child pianos. So, like, I wouldn't worry about that. It looks the right size for, like, a regular piano or a harpsichord. But even if it was a little small, that would be okay too. Yeah. All right. Almost done here. I keep saying that, but I promise every time I say it, it's a little bit more true because of how time works. Hell yeah. There you go, Captain Research. Apply some little scales in here. Get some dark cast shadows. Alright, I'm gonna take that. You still here, Radiante? Almost done. I just gotta do one more thing. Excellent. The little sailor uniform with the fucking the thing hanging off the back is so funny to me. You never see those. I'm gonna leave it the way it is. Drawing under the influence. All right, I'm gonna do, let's see, where would the center of this be? It would be like, if this shuts, if he's the center, then it would be like here, I think, right? Yeah, I think it would be like there. Just to break up the shape up here, because when you're going like ornate Baroque, you kind of want to avoid as many straight lines as possible without there being some kind of it's not that the straight lines don't exist, it's that they usually put a ton of ornate shit to break up the areas around them. So I'm thinking a frontispiece that closes down on top of that would probably be something I would see. I don't want to interrupt your lettering too much because I like what it's doing. So I'm going to be careful with this. So I don't crane my neck too much, I'm going to rotate this. Much better. Alright, take a dark color here. Putting a big ol' gargoyle devil thing. Try and use as many as the colors you already got going on in here for it. Alright, let's zoom back out. I I did like the P disappearing into white, so maybe bring that back. That was kind of cool. Let's maybe play that down. Is there anything else? There's one more tiny thing. Just throw some spirals on that. Alright, the last thing. The last thing I want to do. Why is painting over? Because I think you fundamentally think differently when it's other people's work than your own. I think people get too precious with their own work and they get analysis paralysis, where you don't want to. You're too caught up in it being your thing, and you don't want to fuck it up, and you're worried about what you're doing, and you can't see it objectively because you're too close to it. I think the more you work, the better you get at seeing your work objectively, but Radiante's work, I can look at it and see it differently than I see my own work, because I'm like, I know what her strengths are, I know what she's going for, I can see the painting that I want her to do. It's almost like being an art director versus being an artist. Like, it's an interesting distinction for sure, but I think it fundamentally uses a different part of your brain. I think it's much easier to look at someone's work and take it from, like, in terms of doneness, not in terms of quality. Let's say like a 1 is not done and a 10 is done. I think it's much easier to take somebody's work from a 5 to a 10 than take your own work from a 1 to a 5, if that makes sense. I think it's a lot easier to go, oh, what would I do with that thing, versus like making something from scratch and having to worry about it. That's why I always encourage everybody to do paintovers, because I think they help a lot. Let's see. Do I want to do this? This is a maybe. We might not keep this one. This is going to be a maybe. I can't tell if I want this here or not. No, it's not a heart, don't worry. Pepito! I I'm gonna get rid of these. Like I said, this one's a maybe. I don't know if I want this here or not. I just want to paint it in and see how it looks. Just some molding to break up the symmetry. Because that's what ornate, Rococo, more Rococo than Baroque, but I would say this piece is more Rococo than Baroque, probably. Rococo is just like extra, 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 extra. Everything has something on it. I went to school for art, so art history was mandatory. I had to take a lot of art history. I really enjoyed it, so I took a bunch of advanced art history classes because I thought I got a lot out of it. I really enjoyed it. I learned a lot of cool stuff, went on a lot of cool trips, saw a lot of cool things. I really enjoy art history. I just like knowing why things look the way they look and the weird, like, logic behind things and why certain styles emerged and why certain styles died and, like, yeah, it's just fun. It's fun to, it's like learning a weird visual language. It's like being able to speak more fluently in something you kind of understood before. Like I saw Notre Dame before it burnt down, and Notre Dame had like 20 different art styles in it. Probably more than that, actually, because they kept building it over the course of its life. Every century, they'd add something new to it. So you'd see stuff from, like, the Dark Ages, and then you'd see something from the Renaissance, and then you'd see something from fucking, you know, super Baroque, and then you'd see something very Rococo, you'd see something kind of modern. Like, it was, like, all different layers and layers and layers and layers and layers of styles all in this one place. It was really cool. The gargoyles, like, some of them were super old, some of them were new, some of them were jokes. But yeah. Being able to look at that stuff and understand what it is interesting. Alright, I think I'm about done. I think. Just want to get this little highlight down here because it was bothering me. And then, yeah. I think I do like that there. I think I'm gonna keep that there. Yeah. My favorite thing I learned was the only reason realism exists as a style is because there was a big fallout with the Catholic Church, like at the very beginning of the Renaissance, and nobody was going to church. Everybody was like, God doesn't exist because everyone's dying and there's plagues and we're constantly at war, and like, no God would ever let this happen. And there was like a massive fallout and a huge schism where nobody was going to church. And the church went to all these artists and they were like, hey, listen, guys, we will give you money and we will fund your projects and we will give you great lives if you can figure out with art how to get more people to come to church. Like, we need to know what to do. And, oh, fuck, I forget who it was. Radianta, you might know. Was it Raphael? It was somebody. It was like, somebody was like, Jesus needs to look more human. Because at the time, Jesus looked like nobody knew how to draw anything, and art was very like primitive, and like you'd often see like, I'll zoom in here and show you. You'd often see like renderings of Jesus where he's like, it's a baby's head, and then it's on like a fully grown human body with like human body proportions, and you're like, no, it's like a weird homunculus. Like, you'd see shit like that. So these artists were like, well, if we make Jesus look like a real person, he will be more relatable because people will see themselves in the painting. So if you let us have the money, we'll get really, really good at drawing the human form, and we'll do paintings of Jesus that look like a person's in the room with you. And they did that, and it worked super well. So then Jesus started looking more like European and white and realistic, and like they wanted to make him look like he could live in the town where the church was. So like they did a painting of him feeling sad or suffering. People would be like, wow. Like, you know, they started to identify with the artwork in a way they never had before because it wasn't a symbol anymore. It was like a person. And that was like great. It was just like so funny to me that that's the only reason realism started to crop up, was because the church was like, bro, attendance is way the fuck down. Like, we got to do something about this. It was completely driven by greed. And this need to get more people in seats. But yeah, tons of stuff, tons of art styles over the years were completely born out of the Catholic Church needing something. But yeah. Oops. I want this to be more of a triangle, so I'm widening the... Alright, I think I'm done with this paint over. That was a good warm-up. Let's zoom out and take a look at our Pepito! All right, let's do a layer on, layer off. Ready? You know what? Now that I look at it, I'm gonna take this color up here. This color up here you have in the underside of the piano. And to make some balance and symmetry, I think you should use that same color at the bottom for the music sheets, because I think if you do that, you'll have like almost a diamond. I think it'll balance the piece out really well. I'd have this one come down a bit more so it makes like a triangle. And then, to finish it off, you can take one of your nice purples, and you can do you can even put a word on here if you want to. Pepito! Bonus points if you look up actual sheet music for something Pepito would be playing and put it there. That's something an art director would love to see. what's up. I'm going to make a quick edit. Bring that down. Bring this down slightly so the third is right above his eyes. I'm gonna do that. The crop isn't super important. You can kind of do whatever you gotta do. But oops. Music sheet pages would be bigger. All right, that's my Pepito paint over. Pepito! Oh man, I keep saying it. I keep saying it's over. Take a little bit of that red. Just a little bit of that red. Just a little bit of that red. Do a warm shadow. Just get some of that warmth down there. Something. Or tinge the corner of the music. Something to get that warmth down there. All right. There we go. All right. It's my Pepito. The pages on the bottom aren't quite perfect. I'm sure you can see that they're a little too close to some things, a little too far away from you get the idea, though. You get the idea. Alright. Alright. Pepito. Let me merge down. Duplicate the background. Alright. So I'll do some quick before and afters for chat. And then we'll move on to finishing the painting that I will not enjoy as much as I enjoyed doing this paint over. This is what I would do if I was finishing this piece. Radiante. I think you're super close. I think I've seen you do enough Baroque details in your work that you can fly through this. And I think it's gonna look awesome. And I think I want a print of it to put in one of my bathrooms because I have a devil-themed bathroom with a whole bunch of antique devil artwork on the walls. And I think this would look very good next to it. I think this would look excellent in there. But yeah, let me save this. I'll send it to you on Instagram. Fefito! Oh. Fefito! I don't even want to look at the painting I'm doing after this. I don't even want to see it. I just want to keep painting Pepito. Damn. Well, that was really fun. Let me send you this real quick. Oh boy. Here you go. Oh, hold on. Hold on, Radiante. Alright, I sent you Pepito. Alright, anyway. Now back to what I should have been doing. I don't want to do this, but I will. Ah, Pepito. I'm gonna miss you. Able to say which of my friends worked on the Demon Souls remake? No, I'm not. I don't think I'm allowed to say who. Not without asking them. And now back to this. Fucking nightmare. Oh, let's zoom on in and take a look. We gotta do this chassis. We gotta do the spine. We gotta clean up the mechanics. We gotta finish this head. We gotta do this tank thing. And we gotta finish these tentacles. Yeah. God help me. They can't all be Pepito. All right. Oh boy. All right, chat. This is so much less fun than Pepito. God damn it. Let's think. I should get this one done. I know. I've spent so much time on this painting I can't even see it anymore. Even though it's only been like 6 days. Like, I'm fucking... ugh. We're on track to get it done in under 10 days though, which was the goal, 7 to 10. So, we're gonna hit our goal. It's okay. It's not the end of the world. And then I gotta go back to the giant snake man painting, which is... also close to done, but I've also spent so much time on it that I can't even see it anymore. So there's like a vein thing running through the tentacles where they fold over, and I gotta like capture that with the highlighted areas. A very specific way they render the fucking flesh on this thing. It's kinda Geigery, it's kinda anime, it's... I'm still thinking about Radiante painting Griffith. I need it. Thank you, Dome. I'm glad you appreciate it. It's always the final step to any of my paintings is going in and doing this shit, and it always takes like half the time. Yeah, I do too. I don't know what that's called. We're probably gonna go for another 4 or 5 hours today. I'm probably gonna go around 8 EST. So not a 10-hour day like yesterday. Yesterday was a long stream. Do about half of that today. Music over again? Good lord. These playlists are slipping, guys. Ooh. Apologies to anybody listening to the VODs. Stuff keeps getting copyright struck, even when I'm listening to these like chill wave mixes. Like, I thought these were like fair game to listen to, but apparently not. So until I find a decent library of royalty free, the VODs are gonna have weird areas of muted stuff. Yeah, I think video game music in general is still pretty fair game, because otherwise Let's Players would get struck constantly. I think video game OSTs are okay. Bands and orchestras recording video game music might be iffy, but I don't know, it would depend. I think some of the Square Enix stuff, like the Distant Worlds orchestrations, I think some of those are getting copyright struck because they're selling those CDs now. So I don't know. Huh. So I think what they do is they put the audio... So what I would do is, in OBS, I can put my microphone on one channel and the music on the other channel. You could rip the VOD to your hard drive. Like, you could record the video to your hard drive. It'd be a huge file. But you could turn off one of the channels when you do that, so that you just get the talking and none of the music. And then you could re-upload the stream without the music after the fact. But that would be pretty fucking boring, because there's huge stretches of me not talking when I'm rendering. Yeah. I guess I could edit out. I don't even know how long the stream would be if I edited out all the silence, though. I have no clue. Yeah, if I start doing more content-heavy streams that aren't just me doing open studio work days, then maybe we'll find something to listen to. Figure it out then. These streams are pretty casual though, so they are getting a lot of views after I, do them though, like a couple hundred each, even though there's only like, less than 50 live concurrent viewers. A lot of people are going back and watching them, so I just wanted to say, if you're one of those people, apologies about the VODs if they're getting muted, which I'm pretty sure they are. My favorite job I ever had as an artist was doing what I just did for Radiante full-time, where I was brought on to correct and finish work from a team of other people. It was like one part art directing, one part paintovers, and it was like pretty much full-time. So people would just send me cool work, and I would just do what I think made it cooler and hand it back, and then they'd finish it. And that was the whole job. And it was really, really fun. It was for a card game Kickstarter that I don't think is out / might never get released because of COVID stuff. But man, that was a really fun job. We didn't call it a position. They just asked me if I would come on, and they were watching me do paintover streams, and they were like, I need you to do what you're doing on your paintover streams for artists for my team of people. And I was like, okay. And we just did a per piece rate instead of an hourly rate, and I just did that for months. It was great. It's also how I got my miniatures job. A miniatures company saw me doing paintovers, and my buddy Sam Lamont, who goes by Moonskinned, he was working there, and they were like, hey, we have a bunch of unfinished artwork from like Carl and Steph Kapinski, and they're too busy to finish this, and we want to have them do more stuff. Could you style match them and finish the work, and then also do new pieces that look like they did them? And I was like, as long as they're cool with it, like, you have to give it to me in writing or let me reach out to them and check, but if they don't mind me doing that, then fine. And that was also like a really cool, fun job where I just got to kind of chameleon into a bunch of their work. It was great. Really fun job. One of the best paying, funnest jobs I've ever had. The one where I was painting over people's illustrations was basically an art director job. The only reason it wouldn't necessarily be that is because I wasn't telling them what to paint initially. I wasn't saying, okay, go paint this, then correcting it. there's someone there who was giving them the initial idea, and then I was taking that idea from like what they considered a 6 or a 7 to a 10 in terms of doneness. I actually did that with Sam Carr on a bunch of cards for a job, a gig I was doing with Sam a while ago, where Sam was doing sketches, and the guy who was commissioning them wasn't super like experienced with communicating what he was asking for. So I had worked with that guy for a long time, so I kind of understood his thought process. So yeah. If you see a bunch of like kind of tarot style cards Sam did, I worked with him on those. Those are some cool images. Where like Sam would do really cool artwork, and then I'd talk to the guy and I'd be like, oh, okay, and then I'd do a paint over and give it back to Sam and be like, this is what he's trying to tell you. And then Sam would finish it up. It was fun. Do art directors paint? Sometimes, not always. Sometimes art directors are just people that appreciate art and know what they want to see. And sometimes art directors are artists who are in charge of a team of other artists. I think the second one is generally more common. They usually know how to do art themselves to become the art director, but it's not guaranteed. Especially on films. Especially way back, before like the Lord of the Rings movies. Art directors weren't necessarily also artists, but nowadays it's way more common. It's one of those things where you don't necessarily have to be a star player to be a good coach. Sometimes star players are very bad coaches because it's all about them and the work ethic and stuff. They can't see the big picture that's necessary for like the team dynamic. So sometimes really good artists aren't necessarily really good art directors. And sometimes really good art directors aren't necessarily really good artists. But there is some overlap. There's a good quote from the Sherlock Holmes books that I think about a lot when it comes to that kind of stuff, where, you know, Sherlock and Watson know that Sherlock is the smarter one and Watson is kind of a normal guy. He's like a cop who's helping him out. And Watson's kind of down on himself about that. He's like, I'm not a genius like Sherlock Holmes. And he goes, I'm trying to remember the exact line. He's like, I'm a light and I shine bright. You're not a light, you're a prism. And when my light goes through your prism, you can direct it into any band on the spectrum. So it's like, Sherlock doesn't have the ability to take his natural skills and break them down into useful things. He just has the genius. Watson doesn't have the genius, but he can take what Sherlock has and he can turn it into all these practical applications because he's not so in his own head. So like as a team, they're greater than the sum of their parts, because without Watson, Sherlock would be kind of useless. And I really like that mentality. I think it's very very helpful. Some people are lights and some people are lenses, you know? You might not be casting the image, but you can make the image be seen better, understood. It's the same thing as that Samwise Frodo relationship, where it's like, yeah, Frodo's the ring bearer, but Samwise carries him up the mountain. It's like, you know, it doesn't work unless they're a team. Do I think art is devalued now due to AI? No. Not at all. Not yet, at least. Some jobs might become redundant, like asset creation and shit that is very monotonous, but I think, I'll put it this way. I think if you take 10 people and 5 of them stop doing art because they think AI is going to ruin the industry and there's no point, and the other 5 study their ass off and work really hard, regardless of the AI, I think in 10 years, the 5 people that worked really hard will all have art jobs, and I think the 5 people that gave up because of AI will all be doing something else. I'll put it that way. I don't believe that. I don't believe 80% of artists will be gone in the next 8 years. I don't believe that at all. I believe there's too much of a community of people that appreciate the art from the artist, that they want to fund the individual. I think people appreciate it on a vastly fundamental level. I think the population of people that are willing to use AI were people that were never going to pay for art in the first place. I think the majority of people that, you know, I don't think they're buying art anyway, is what I'm trying to say. It's not like if I follow Jaw Cooper or Lauren Marks on Instagram and I buy signed prints from them. I appreciate them, their story, their work, their unique vision. I like investing in them. Just because AI is here and it could go feed a bunch of Jaw Cooper stuff into AI and say, print me a new Jaw Cooper, I don't want to do that. I'm the audience that I'm talking about. I wouldn't do that, so I'm assuming plenty of other people also wouldn't do that. You just have to do something. I mean, if you're worried about AI replacing you because your art is super derivative and unoriginal, then it's like, maybe, but like, do something else then. But yeah, I don't think art as a profession is going anywhere. I think it's going to be the same thing as what happened in the 1800s with the arts and crafts movement. Back to some art history. The 1800s, factory work came into England and they started mass producing everything. And they started making chairs with machines, and they started making, you know, chimneys that were mass produced, and tons of lower quality, cheaper options for things that everyone needed. Because the assembly line was a thing, and factories were a thing, and mass production became the norm. And as a result, a bunch of people were like, well, this kind of sucks, and I kind of miss having an artisan who knew what they were doing work on my stuff. So this group of stonemasons and tapestry workers and architects and woodworkers came together under William Morris, and they formed the arts and crafts movement, which was, you know, stuff made by specialists who, you know, everybody thought weren't going to have jobs anymore because of the Industrial Revolution. And people paid a premium for their stuff because they didn't want the stuff that was from the factory. Now, overall, was there less stuff being made by specialists? Sure. But Were there plenty of jobs available for people that still wanted to do that stuff? Absolutely. And, you know, it became a huge movement worldwide that was massively influential. And I think the same thing is going to happen with AI. I think there's going to be a big backlash, and it's going to be like, you know, some people go to the supermarket and some people go to the farmer's market, but both still exist. There's people that want their stuff from the person who made it. And I think that's always going to be the case. At least history shows that's always been the case. The other thing you have to remember is that AI is very new and we don't know what's going to happen with it yet. You know, something I never thought I'd see in my entire life happened the other day, where the US government is now suing Apple for having a monopoly. And part of this lawsuit with Apple is going to come down to how Apple protects copyright and patents. Lawsuits about copyright and patent are massive in the United States. I can't speak for the rest of the world. And AI is a brand new thing that hasn't gone through the crucible of court yet. And when AI has its day in court, like Napster did back in the day, or when sampling did back when hip-hop started out, I have a funny feeling a lot of this shit is going to change, because we have a track record, at least in the US, of valuing the creator and the copyright holder over the derivative thing, even if the derivative thing is good for the consumer. Precedent shows that it's probably going to make a lot of these apps illegal. And yes, they'll still exist in other countries, and yes, China might still use them, and et cetera, et cetera. But AI has not been pressure tested by the US legal system yet. And I have a very strong feeling that when it is, it's not going to survive. Everything similar to it in the past has been shot down. Well, let's be clear, Chase. They did AI on one Marvel intro so far, and it bombed, and everybody hated it, and the show bombed. So until it becomes a regular part of the workflow, I wouldn't cry wolf too badly about it. They did it on Secret Wars, and Secret Wars tanked, and everybody hated the intro, so... I choose not to give up in regards to AI. The US Copyright Office will not bend, because the lobbyists for the major companies whose stuff is getting stolen, like Disney and Apple, are going to lose their fucking minds. So, when this does go to court, I don't think AI is going to win. I think they're going to say no copyrighted work in your databases, or there's going to be a multi-billion-dollar fine. And I think the companies are either going to pack up, or they're going to change how the software works in a very fundamental way. It just hasn't gone to court yet. Yeah, I mean, it's a Pandora's box thing, but I mean, people said that about Photoshop, you know? Oh, painting's dead. No one's ever going to paint traditionally again. It's like, yeah, they are. Like, what do you, like... So, I mean, I don't think AI is necessarily going to go away. I just think it's going to become an assistance tool. I think people are going to incorporate it in smarter ways that don't violate copyright. Like, you know, people using it to complete their own work based on their own portfolios and things like that. I don't think it's going to destroy the industry, though. I think that doomsday is very, 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 very false. I also think a lot of people are going to meme it to death, like NFTs. NFTs, everybody said were going to be the future, but they got memed on so hard on the internet that now when companies use them, people make fun of the companies. Like, essentially NFTs got bullied off the internet by people that hated NFTs. Like, every major company jumped on that bandwagon and were like, this is the future of monetization. And they got made fun of so hard that now they don't even do it anymore. Which is hilarious when you think about it. Like, that something can be that lame to the audience that people don't, even though it makes money, they still abandon it just for the optics. I think AI might be similar to that. I think enough people are going to hate AI, especially in things that are heavy on art. People that appreciate the art are going to probably bully the companies out of using it. Like, look at what happened to fucking Wizards of the Coast after Dave Raposa posted that thing like a month ago, 2 months ago. Wizards of the Coast said they were never going to use AI. And then they used it for an advertisement, and Dave said, I quit, and the fucking internet blew up. Because everybody was like, yeah, exactly, you fucking hypocrites. The only thing you should take away from artists giving up because of AI is that that's a good thing for you, because now there's less competition at the table. You should be working harder and studying more, because now there's more spots you might be able to slot yourself into. Because trust me, most companies are not going to use AI for stuff. Like, they're just not going to. They're going to want artists and art directors. AI might become part of the workflow, like for like composition generation or like idea generation, and then they hand all the ideas they come up with the artists to do renders of. Like, that might be a thing, like compositing, like photo bashing in a weird way. Like, photo bashing violates copyright a lot, but people do it just to generate ideas. Then they hand it to artists and they go, okay, now paint something like this photo bash we did, but don't use the copyrighted material. Like, it's the same basic premise. Yeah, but Shays, there's dumb quotes from dumb people all the time. If you're a capitalist, like these people claim to be, then the market dictates what a real job is. And if someone's willing to pay you for your work, then the market has dictated that your job is real and legitimate. You are providing a service that someone values and you're getting money for it. So these people can't, on one hand, be like, get a real job, AI is the future, we're going to rebelize the market, capitalism. You can't do that and then turn around and say, get a real job. It's fundamentally incompatible. That's why it's so stupid. Like, all these tech bros, it's so dumb. The thinking is so dumb. It's just insecurity or jealousy, or it's like the people drinking liberal tears thing. They just like dunking on people, like making people they think are privileged feel bad, like being an artist for a living is privileged when 90% of them are living below the poverty line. Like, yeah, some of them make it. Some people get to work on Hollywood stuff. Some people get to self-publish and shit, but like, what, is writing not a real job? Do all the screenwriters and stuff have to go get real jobs too? Like, where do you draw the line with that stupidity? Like, what's a real job? Like, I'm sorry, am I dumb because I can make more money teaching art online than going and being a bricklayer? Wouldn't it be smart for me to do the thing that makes me more money and I enjoy more? Isn't that, like, kind of a win? Yeah, I don't know. Stop listening to dummies. If you see somebody say something that's stupid, you should block them. Because the only thing reading their stuff is going to do is going to raise your blood pressure, make you believe it, which is the worst case scenario, or make you engage with the trolling, which is also a worst case scenario. You get nothing out of having that in your feed. When you see it, you should just block it. They're trying to get a reaction out of you. I just don't agree with you. I just don't agree with it, Shays. I think I wouldn't be surprised if Google released something for the search engine that said filter out AI. I wouldn't be surprised at all if they had a form of safe search that filtered out AI. I'll tell you the real thing. I heard a podcast talking about this and I thought it was a very good point. Once the AI thing goes to court and the defense and the, what am I thinking? The state makes their case. Someone's going to bring up that AI is being used to make illegal pornography of people without their consent, with their likenesses, and also of children. And that's going to be the end of AI. If anything's going to kill it, it's going to be that. The United States track record on stuff like that is extremely clear. If there's any possibility people can use it to create that, it's gone. And I don't see a way for them to put filters on it to prevent that without severely limiting the data set. And if they severely limit the data set, they're admitting that they can limit the data set. And once they admit that they can do it, the copyright holders are going to hit them like a shark attack. And it's going to be a feeding frenzy. And everything is going to get restricted. And then they're going to say, okay, well, here's our AI engine, and if you want to use images from this company, you have to buy a license, and then it's just going to become a menu like everything else. Oh, okay, you want this reference pack, pay this license fee. Oh, you want this, pay this license fee. It's going to be a tool you can use that you have to pay to use because all the stuff that makes it run is owned by other people. I think that's pretty inevitable. I don't see any other way it's going to shake out once this goes to court. But if they get one person from an AI company sitting in front of a courtroom and they go, "Sir, has your software ever been used to generate illegal child pornography of real people?" and they have to say yes under oath, that's the end of it. That software, it's dead. It's never going to survive that, optically or financially. It's going to be completely wiped out. Well, that's not true, Shays. You're exaggerating now. Yeah, there's no way they'd put it up. It must have got taken down and struck immediately. The person who did it probably got banned immediately. There's no way DeviantArt is hosting that kind of stuff by choice. If someone uploaded it as a troll and they took it down, that's very different than them hosting it. Yeah, I'm saying if someone uploaded it, that's not DeviantArt hosting it, that's someone trolling in DeviantArt removing it. Yeah, it's not like DeviantArt was like, featured deviation of the day. Illegal material, like that didn't happen. Someone put it up as a troll, and it got removed. That's very different than saying that it was like hosted there. Like I could do that on Facebook and then my account would be deleted. But if I did that, you wouldn't say, oh, Facebook hosted this. Like, no. Someone was doing something fucking stupid on a platform and got banned. Like, you'd never see that shit before? I don't think that's true. You might see slightly more of it, but I mean, 10 years ago there was a massive uproar on Tumblr because furries and people in the furry fandom were posting child images of fantasy monster characters and My Little Pony stuff and like animal cub stuff. And fucking Tumblr had a nuclear meltdown over it, and basically all porn on Tumblr got nuked as a result of some people hosting risky shit. And it was like, that was the end of Tumblr. It literally killed the site. In Tumblr's heyday, it was like basically an image hosting site for softcore porn GIFs that people were throwing together with like book talk type people. And basically overnight, after the thing I just mentioned happened, Tumblr's usership disappeared. Because once they banned all X-rated material, gone. And like, that was a decade ago. So like, this shit's happened before. It just wasn't with something artificially generated. But there's always going to be idiots. And there's always going to be idiots willing to ruin a platform. Yeah, Tumblr was like the place 90% of like girls my age went to look at X-rated material. It wasn't Pornhub, it wasn't anything, it was Tumblr. And they would follow accounts that reblogged GIFs of like erotic scene. Like that was the thing people looked at. It was like memed in the mainstream culture. It was so popular. And it died overnight. I'm talking in like 24 hours Tumblr died. Like, gone. And all it took was one idiot posting something really, really stupid and it getting reported. I'm not sure how to answer that, Nemanja. I would do it the same way I do it with pencil. I would do a loose sketch and then I would tighten it up. Dude, I hate to tell you this. You're saying 70% of artists are struggling right now? I would have said 80% of artists are struggling always. Like, I don't know what that even means. Most of the artists I know are just doing it because they like doing art. They're not making a ton of money. Most of them are below the poverty line. Like, artists were never thriving. I'm not trying to disagree with you. I think the AI stuff sucks, but you seem very doomer-brained on it, and I don't think you need to be. Most of the people I know that do art struggle to make a living wage, and that's always been the case. It's not like they had, most of them have multiple jobs, or they're working while they go to school, or they just do it as a hobby and make commission money on the side. I think it's like probably 5% of artists in the entire world have a full-time job doing art, maybe even less than that. I know in my graduating class, there were 20-ish people, and I think 2 of us have jobs. you know? I wouldn't say we're doing fine. I'm saying, like, artists have never been like a safe job. It's never been like thriving. It's not like things were great and then AI came and ruined it. It's always been a struggle. Most of the artists I know right now that are struggling, it's not because of AI. It's because of massive company mergers that result in redundancies and then people get fired. Like the big thing with Call of Duty and like the Blizzard merger. Like those things where companies buy each other out and then fire all the redundant positions. Most of the people I know who are jobless and struggling right now are a result of being let go because of one of those things. It's not because of AI, but we might be running in different circles. I'm not saying you're wrong necessarily. I haven't seen what you're seeing. I've seen a lot of people complaining, but it's for other stuff. I'm sorry jobs are down. We're also in a shadow recession. I don't know where you live, but there's a weird phantom recession happening right now, even though the economy appears to be up. Spending is down all across the board, and housing costs have skyrocketed to the point where people can't afford shit that were luxuries anymore. I don't know when that's gonna end, but that's fucking up the economy here in America at least. I don't know when that bubble's going to burst or how it's affecting other places in the world, but I know here, even though on paper the numbers look really good, everyone's complaining, mostly because the housing sector has driven things fucking crazy. So people are spending less money on stuff they used to spend it on because of insanely inflated rents and mortgages. That's affecting the whole economy, so I don't know. Could be something downstream from that. I don't know. It could be AI though. You might be right. I just know that right now, a lot of companies are foreclosing on properties. A lot of people are getting fired as a result of the weird shadow economy thing happening. I know for me personally, this is also anecdotal. After the war in Ukraine broke out, I personally lost about 20% of my savings that was in the stock market, and I haven't gotten it back yet. And as a result, I've been able to spend less money on commissioning artists that I used to commission to do things for, clients and jobs and stuff, because a bunch of my liquid capital is just gone. Theoretically, it will come back if I keep my money in the market for a long enough time. But there was a massive, massive hit to the world economy when that war started. You can see it on my stocks, it just drops. Between that and COVID, tons of people lost a ton of money, and it hasn't really normalized yet. I can only speak for me running Acceptable Comics with Dave, which is, you know, a two-man company that ships, you know, maybe 10, 20,000 units a year. It's not crazy numbers. But even for us, it meant that we had to stop shipping internationally because the combination of COVID, plus the new laws that came in under the last presidency, plus the new tax code here, plus the war breaking out with Russia, meant that shipping, you know, a 6-pound parcel to England used to cost me $40 through Amazon, but now it costs me $95. So, like, we can't even ship internationally anymore as a result of all the shit that's going on. And if it's affected our small two-man business that heavily, I can't even imagine what it's done for larger operations that have that problem scale. Like, the last few years have been really bad, and it's not just because of AI. Things are really fucked with markets and economies and all kinds of things. Like, I know we haven't recovered from it yet. I can't speak for anybody else. I want to say the Ukraine thing tanked the market because of gas, because we stopped importing from Russia and we sanctioned them. I'm actually not sure why that tanked the market, but I know it did, because I know the very next day I lost, like, an unreal amount of money. But yeah, even though things seem okay-ish, the world is still kind of fucked. Like, ever since COVID, things have been kind of fucked. And they're not quite back to normal. I don't know if shipping's ever going to go back to what it was. Like, I'm not kidding when I tell you a parcel I sent to, you know, a 2-book parcel I would send to London was $35 for our first Kickstarter. And I sent one last week to somebody and it was $95. Like, in a matter, in less than 10 years, that's how much it went up. I don't know how the fuck that gets regulated. I don't know how you come back from that. I don't know if it's a result of the last president we had gutting the fucking post office. I don't know if it's a result of international law. I don't know if it's a result of the new tax code. I don't know if it's just inflation. I don't know what the fuck made the shipping costs go out of control. But they are out of control. It would be really nice if shipping costs would come back down, but me and Dave are kind of worried that we're not going to make a ton of money on our next Kickstarter because the international market was like 50% of our sales. And, you know, how do you tell people, yeah, the books are $50 and the shipping is $95? Like, it's just, even though it's a fact and we're not making any money on the shipping, it just looks bad on a Kickstarter. It just looks really bad to be like, yeah, your $50 item is going to cost $200 after shipping and tax. Like, be right back. Gotta pee. Alright, I'm back. I will say, if you're doing a book, any kind of publishing, any kind of, literary, whatever, there is a shipping loophole you can take advantage of. Me and Dave did it with our second book. There's a pro and a con to it, though. France has a policy on the books where if you're shipping culture out of France, anything considered cultural, so literary works and art and stuff, you get the domestic France rate anywhere in the world, because it's part of their stated goal to spread culture and literacy. But there's no tracking, so, something that would cost me $95 to ship from America to London, if I ship them all to France on a pallet, I can ship them out of France anywhere in the world for $6. But the problem is, a lot of countries have a lot of theft and a lot of things go missing. So, like, of the 1,000 books I sent out of France for the domestic rate, I'd say probably 30% of them went missing or got stolen, and there was no tracking. So if somebody didn't get their book, you just had to send another one and hope it made it through that time. So whether or not it ends up being cheaper on balance is going to differ depending who you are, because there isn't a tracking option available for that domestic rate. But if you're playing the numbers game and you have enough inventory that losing some of it doesn't matter, and you factor it into the cost of production, shipping out of France is actually easier. The company you'd want to use is called La Carrette. We use them. Evan Amundsen uses them for his Tane books. Lots of people use them. But that's a really, really good to know loophole if you're shipping anything like that. But just remember, there's no tracking, and I would say, of the books we sent, the most books that went missing, just the package just disappeared into the system and was never found again, most of those were in South Africa and Australia. In terms of packages being ripped open and stuff being stolen, most of that was in Russia, Slovenia, and Tanzania? I can't remember the third. It might have been Tunisia? It was a T word. Yeah. We didn't have a ton of Romanian orders. I had 2 books that went to Romania stolen, but there were like 50 that went there, so 2 isn't super high. But I definitely know that 2 of them got stolen. I remember dealing with those customers. I can't remember if it was the same person whose book got stolen twice, but they sent me photos from Romania of the package ripped open. I'll be honest, I think the first thing creatively that AI is going to replace isn't 2D art. I think it's going to replace 3D rendering. I think the cost of making Hollywood movies with computer farms rendering hours and hours and hours and hours and hours of computer graphics for a Marvel film, I think if they're going to cut costs anywhere, it's going to be that. Because those fake videos are getting to a point where they look real, and that's worth more to Hollywood than 2D art. it saves them the most money. Because then you don't have to put people on location, you don't have to worry about actors, you don't have to worry about rendering, you don't have to worry about the computer costs. It's just, yeah. I think if anything is going to go, that's going to be the first one to go. Just basic logic. If the doomsday scenario people are worried about is companies using this to save money, then they're gonna implement it in the areas that cost them the most money. And visual development isn't what costs movies the most money. It's not the art department. It's the 3D rendering, and it's the actors, and it's the editing. Those are the things that cost people the most. So if you're worried about that, I understand. I don't agree, but I understand. But it's not going to be the 2D art department they come after first. It's going to be the rendering farms. I think like those guys on YouTube, like Corridor Crew. I think those studios are going to be the ones to fold first. Yeah, I think there's going to be all kinds of legal issues. For sure. I just don't know when. I can say almost for sure the chain of events that's going to happen, though, is something's going to come out and be really popular. Then a studio like Warner Brothers or Disney or Funimation or somebody is going to say, a piece of something we own was used in the algorithm to generate that thing. And then the company that made the thing is going to go, well, it's not our fault, it's OpenAI's fault, or whatever company they used to do it. And then they're going to pass the buck and go, we just licensed the software, they should have regulated it to make sure no stolen material was in it. And then the buck's going to get passed down to them, and that's going to be how it happens. The other thing that might happen, this is more of like a science fiction version. I think this is less likely, but still realistic. I think once deepfakes get to a point that you can't tell what politicians are saying, I think politicians are going to be so scared of it that they're going to vote for it to be illegal just to save their own asses. And deepfakes are pretty dang close to that. So yeah, anything that's capable of doing those, I think most governmental bodies are going to vote against just because they don't want to be on the receiving end. That's not like a left-right issue, that's like a uniparty issue, where it's like everyone's going to want to vote against that because it could fuck all of them over equally. No, they will. You can count on no matter what your politics are. Listening to this, politicians will cover their own ass for sure. That doesn't matter. No matter if you're left or right or whatever you believe, self-preservation is going to be a thing for all of them. You want to see AI get banned? This is the example I always use. You want to see AI get banned in China overnight? Start flooding the internet with AI-generated images of Xi Jinping doing certain things. Gone. Gone. They'll just wipe it out. They'll just get rid of it immediately. They won't even let Winnie the Pooh in over there because of that. You just hit him in the pride and the ego and the insecurity, and it's just, okay, cool. That thing's off the market. But anyway, I won't harp on about it. I just don't think it's worth being too doomer about it. It's spooky, and it's not great, and some jobs will disappear, but I don't think it's going to be a sea change. The best case scenario version for me would be that AI exists and it forces America to change its copyright laws to make more things copyrightable. And then more people can own more of their stuff. But that's fantasy land. I bet the thief loved my book. Let's look at Pepito again. I miss Pepito. Yeah, there's Pepito. If you're worried about AI art, look into the face of Pepito. It's gonna be okay. Everything is gonna be okay. Okay. Shut Up Side is great. Look at this. Look how beautiful this is. Look at it. I love it. What's upside down? Whoops. Look at this. Look how much I love it. Look at that. It's so good. Oh. Is anyone coming to Boston next week for Anime Boston? I won't be there, but I'll be in the city. I don't want to hear vocals. Get out of here. Get out of here. If anyone's just joining, I want to apologize if the VODs are getting muted. I got a bunch of copyright strikes because apparently these lo-fi hip-hop 3-hour playlists are now copyright material. Apologies. PAX did just happen, my friend. Did I see you at PAX East 2020, or was I not able to go? I honestly can't remember. Did we go see a movie or something? I usually get a group together at PAX, and we go to that antique theater in Brookline, the Coolidge, and we see whatever they're showing, which is usually some awesome 80s movie. But I can't remember what I was doing in 2020. I might not have been there. Oh yeah, maybe we just... Was it us and Dan DeSalt? Or like James Zapata? I can't remember who was there for that one. I want to say that was the year... I think we hung out with Mega 64. I don't know if you were there for that. Do we ever have creative differences working on Steve Lichman? Me and Dave? Not really. It's usually how do you tell the joke. Sometimes Dave wants to tell a joke and I'm like, that's risky. But there's like a right way to do everything. There's like we never say no. It's just how do you do it? Like I've had ideas and I'm like, I wish I could do this joke, but I don't think there's a way to do it that isn't like stupidly offensive. And then Dave will be like, no, I think you could do it. You just have to frame it like this. And like, I might disagree about that, or he might disagree about that and be like, I don't think we, that, maybe that doesn't work. Or the only disagreements we have are really about what content works in terms of the particular book. Like, I might want more Flay chapters, or he might want more Dracula chapters. And then we'll usually end up with a compromise where it's like, okay, we can't add more Flay chapters because this book is more Dracula focused. So why don't we put Flay in the Dracula issues? Why don't we find a way to do that? And we'll it's more of like a creative problem solving exercise. But I don't think we've ever had a scenario where either of us has just vetoed something, because I think that would basically kill the friendship and kill the creativity. It's not we can't do that. It's if you want to do that, how do we do it the right way is usually how we approach stuff. Like, I'll say out loud we can't do that, but I don't mean we're not doing it. I mean, like, that version of it we can't do. There's a way to do this, but like, whatever, like, yeah. Yeah, I remember. Yeah, I know we hung out with you guys and Dan DeSalt, and I want to say Adam Ferrando was there, Wizards and Warlocks, and I want to say James Zapata was there. I do remember. It's just all my packs just blend together. Well, me and Dave both like edgy jokes. We just like different kinds. And we like a lot of the same kinds too. Like there's a lot of overlap with what we both think is super funny. And then he'll go off in certain directions and I'll go off in certain directions. And they're still funny to both of us, but they're more funny to one of us. And it's like it's a good balance of push and pull. Dave's really good at spitballing quick ideas, just like this, just like pumping out material to work with. But it's mostly just like stuff in every direction. Like we could do this, we could do that, we could do this, or like riffing on lines. And I'm more like structure, like I'll write down everything he says and I'll write down everything I say and I'll try and find which ones go together and be like, oh, we can bunch these things together and they make a nice set, or this makes a nice arc. And yeah, it's usually like we're throwing out a bunch of dots and I'm trying to find the patterns in the dots to figure out which ones go together and form a script. It's a good balance of stuff. I'd say 95% of the material we come up with doesn't get used. Because it's like you start off with you pour all the Legos out on the floor, and then you decide which pieces you're gonna use. But it always starts with put everything out there, get every idea out. It doesn't have to be a good idea, just get all the ideas out. And then refine from there. yeah, I wouldn't say creative differences. We don't disagree a lot. Sometimes I get scared we're gonna like cross a line. I don't know. I'm more like, what's the funniest possible way to do something so the least amount of people are put off by it? That's like my go-to is like, is there a funnier way to do this? And if there is, what is it? And then just like refining. But working on the TV show made us both way better writers because now we're able to cut a lot of the filler stuff we come up with way earlier. We'll like, you know, Dave or I will say something in the writing process. We'll be like, what if we do this? Actually, no, that wouldn't work because of this. Or like, what if we do, or we'll start the sentence with like, I know this isn't funny enough on its own, but I like this. I know we can't just do this because it's not good enough, but what if this was a thing somewhere? Like, because I want to say 75% of the writing process for the TV show was cutting stuff, because scripts have to be a really strict length and all the characters have to have arcs and all the scenes have to have purpose. There's not a lot of space to just like wing it, and there has like, so you'll write a lot of funny stuff and then you'll go, okay, well 50% of this funny stuff has to go, so what's the funniest stuff? Then you'll delete everything else. Then you'll go, okay, this is still too long. So now that we have all the jokes we want to keep, what structure stuff can go? What scenes need to be here? What scenes do we need that aren't here already? What scenes can be merged to save page count? Then you go, okay, are these characters redundant? Can we combine these lines into one character? Like, it's just cutting and merging and cutting and merging and cutting and merging. And after you do that enough, you're like, oh, okay. You start skipping those steps completely because you're so used to it. By the end of it, we were like flying. We could do a whole script in a day. By the end of it, it was crazy. We'd block out 6 hours, and at the end of it, we would have a finished script. And it was like so crazy from where we started. We're like, we spent like a couple weeks on the first one, the first time we did it, and refined it, and it was like 15 pages over budget, and like at the end of it, we were just on autopilot. Is the TV show happening? Not as of right now. It got picked up by a major studio I can't name, an Oscar-winning animation studio, and they attached an Emmy-winning, very popular comedian to it to play the main character. And we thought that that was basically a sure thing because there were so many famous people working on it. And we took it to market at the worst possible time. We took it to market right after shit opened back up after COVID and right before the writer's strike. So what happened in COVID was no one could film on set or on location because of the restrictions. So studios pumped all their money into animation. And as a result of flooding the market with animation during COVID, like 70% of the shows they made all flopped because there was too much competition. Flooded market. So now, right now, we're in a time where animation is kind of taboo because so many studios got burned during the pandemic on animation stuff that went south. So we basically brought a thing nobody wanted to buy, animation, to a market that was about to close due to a strike. So we might try again next year maybe, but for right now, the show's not happening. We got paid regardless though. It's like, you know, it sucks it's not happening, but we made good money and had a lot of fun and met some cool people and learned a lot, became better writers, so it's not a total wash. I wish I could talk about the people that were attached to it. It was such a crazy lineup. There were people attached to it that everyone in this chat would know. Well, Shays, there's different kinds of good writing, so there's good structure, there's good dialogue, there's good jokes, there's good exposition. Chances are you're good at one or several of those. It's been almost a year since we took the show out for sale. It was last May. I can neither confirm nor deny any of the names being floated in chat. Dude, I wish it was Ryan Gosling as Steve. Oh my god, dude. How can you be that handsome and still be an everyman? Unbelievable. So here's my question. Beetlejuice comes out in the 80s, and then years later they do a soft sequel reboot thing called Beetlejuice, which is coming out later this year. Obviously, if you say Beetlejuice's name 3 times, that's the whole meme. So are they planning a third one already called Beetlejuice? I think so. I think naming the sequel Beetlejuice guarantees there's going to be a third one. Thoughts, chat? Maybe we're going to get the Tim Burton Cinematic Universe, the TBCU, where Beetlejuice teams up with Edward Scissorhands to dig up the Corpse Bride and fight the Planet of the Apes. I don't know. Very good, Artie. You nailed it. Oh, it's too early to be getting the eye twitches. Oh my god, is my eye fucking... Is my eye worn out from yesterday? What the fuck? Oh my lord. Too early for the eye twitches. Way too early. Trap suggestions. That's a good idea. Alright guys, what would the Tim Burton cinematic universe be? It would be Beetlejuice. He'd be like the wild card. It would be Edward Scissorhands. It would be... Who else? Ichabod Crane. He'd be like the detective guy who like helps them solve shit. The problem is they're all Johnny Depp. Ah, that's an issue. Well, we get CG. We do multiple Johnny Depps. It's okay. We'll do the League of Extraordinary Gentlemen, but it'll all be Johnny Depp, Tim Burton characters. Pee-wee's dead, but with the power of CG. Oh my god, Sweeney Todd with his razors having a fight with Edward Scissorhands. Doing like ching clang, like blade against blade. Excellent. Danny DeVito's Penguin comes in as the big bad. Maybe it's a multiverse movie, because those are hot right now. And all the Johnny Depp characters get together to go back in time and stop Johnny Depp from dating Amber Heard to save his career. We'll do a Dark Tower thing like we talked about yesterday where they come to the real world. They realize they're all characters played by Johnny Depp. And they're like, why did Johnny Depp stop playing characters like us? And they realize it's because of the Amber Heard trial. And they all team up and they come to the real world to stop Johnny Depp from dating Amber Heard and save the JDEMU, Johnny Depp Extended Multiverse Universe. There we go. That sounds like a saleable script, yeah? You know, Sweeney Todd, like, we're all characters, played by an actor, and fucking Ichabod Crane going, he's right, indubitably. I'd love it. Then the answer's simple. They gotta go to the real world and save Johnny Depp. Jack Sparrow. But how will we get to the real world? And then Jack Sparrow leans in. Luckily, I have a ship. Some multiverse compass. Oh my god. That'd be great. Let's make it happen, guys. We can make it happen. It'll be like that Nicolas Cage movie, The Unbearable Weight of Massive Talent, where Nicolas Cage plays himself and his other movie roles are like in the movie with him. At last, my arm is complete again. Ha 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 ha. Except with all the Johnny Depps. It'd be great. His Mad Hatter will just be there doing cool, funny shit. What a great idea, chat. And you think AI is gonna take over the creative industry when we're coming up with ideas like this? Yeah, right. AI wishes it could come up with the JDEMU, the Johnny Depp Extended Multiverse Universe. So we got to come up with a plot now. So let's workshop this, chat. So Johnny Depp can't be revealed to be a real thing until the halfway point of the movie for rising tension and stakes. So here's what I'm thinking. It's the 1800s. There's been a string of murders in New York City. And the only person with the experience to solve this mystery is Ichabod Crane, famous detective of the Sleepy Hollow murders 3 years prior. Strangely, all the corpses have been killed with a razor, and their body parts have been chopped up into pieces as if for meat pies. While investigating, Johnny Depp, as Ichabod Crane, realizes the murders are being committed by a man from another world, but not a multiverse world, from London. An escaped murderer named Sweeney Todd, who was somehow brought to New York City in a manner he cannot recall. When the two finally end the chase scene together through the shadowy streets of New York City at night, they turn and face each other, one holding a razor, one holding a gun, and realize that they're the same person. Sitting down to figure out how this could possibly be, they talk about their pasts, when suddenly what would it be? What would it be? When suddenly two British soldiers turn the corner and say, "It's him," and start shooting. And they go, "What?" And then they run and they escape and they go, "Why are British soldiers chasing us in New York City?" And he says, "They must have followed you from London." And he goes, I'd always give them the slip. They could never chase me, Sweeney Todd. So they keep running around through hijinks, getting chased by British soldiers until they end up at the docks. And he goes, "We better get out of town. The cops are looking for us everywhere." So they go to the docks to hop a boat and get out of New York City and figure out what's up. And at the docks, they happen to meet the person the British soldiers have been looking for the whole time. A drunk vagabond named Captain Jack Sparrow. And he says a funny drunk line about them all looking alike, where he calls them handsome blokes. Where he goes, "My God, it's another one of our clones." And Jack Sparrow sniffs his underarms and goes, "All I see is 3 handsome blokes." A classic Jack Sparrow quip. They say, "How are we going to get out of the city?" And he goes, "Luckily, I have a ship." And then they get on a dinghy. It hard cuts to them on a dinghy, and because it's not a ship, because he lost the Black Pearl again. And he's like talking about how the real one's bigger. It's like a penis double entendre, because he does those in the pirate movies all the time. The real one's bigger when you see it. Okay, so they're going through the fog and they're trying to figure out how the 3 of them are all the same. And then it zooms out. This is where we jump the shark. It zooms out of the scene of them in the boat together, and a filter goes over it, and it slowly becomes a pen and ink drawing, and it zooms out even more, and it's a pen and ink drawing on a page, and then it zooms out even more, and it's Johnny Depp's librarian curator from the Ninth Gate, and he closes the book, and he goes, "What a strange story. The people in that illustration look so familiar." And then when he goes to put it away on his bookshelf, another book falls to the floor and opens up. It's a copy of Alice in Wonderland with a Mad Hatter in it that looks suspiciously just like our character. He picks it up and could swear to God that the Mad Hatter is winking at him. Chad, I don't know how much more of this I can do. This is such a good idea. I just don't want to... Oof. We didn't even get Johnny Depp from Crybaby in here yet. And then, oh my God. Young Johnny Depp will wake up and go, "That was some kind of crazy nightmare." And then he'll look out the window and it'll be the original Nightmare on Elm Street starring Johnny Depp. And then he'll go downstairs and have breakfast with his mom and be like, "Mom, I had the weirdest dream. There was a pirate me, and there was a detective me, and I was the Mad Hatter. I'm glad that I'm back in the real world." And then Freddy will show up. We don't know about Amber Heard until the halfway point of the movie when they realize that they're all played by Johnny Depp, the actor. Were they ever in any adjacent IPs? I don't even know that. Were they ever in anything together? Or a shared universe? Freddy's an extremely pivotal character because he's the bridge. He'll go, "Freddy, it was you who showed me that awful nightmare." And he'll go, "You think that was a nightmare? Wait till you see who you marry." And then he'll throw him into the real world. Were they married? I don't even know that. Were Johnny Depp and Amber Heard married or just dating? Oh my God, and Hunter S. Thompson, right? I go, "That was the day I realized I was in a multiverse. Hardly the craziest thing I'd ever seen." I'm like, yeah. Yeah. Wow. We've done it, chat. This is a very good IP. What a great stream. Pepito, fucking Johnny Depp, extended multiverse cinematic universe. Fucking... Oh my god, that's true. Ed Wood, right? You mean we're all characters from movies? Pans out to Ed Wood. I don't think that script's believable. It's not about the script, it's about the big picture. Great. Oh my god, it'll zoom out right when we're about to jump the shark and they all realize that they're Johnny Depp. It'll zoom out to what's happening written down on a piece of paper, and it'll be black and white, and it'll cut to the studio executive reading it, and he'll go, "You think anyone's gonna buy this piece of shit?" And it'll cut across the table, and it'll be Johnny Depp as Ed Wood smiling, going, "I think audiences will love it." Donnie Brasco, yup. What's the movie he's in where he eats the puerco pabille? And he goes, "This puerco pabille is too good. In fact, it's so good, I'm gonna go back in the kitchen and shoot the chef who made it. Just so I know it's not out there for me to have anymore." Once Upon a Time in Mexico. There we go. Chat. Ninth Gate's a pretty good movie. Holds up. Very, very Lovecrafty. Chock full of Taco Bell Baja Blast, ready to hit the gas. I'm with you in spirit, though not in substance. I think if I went to Taco Bell, I'd die. Oh yeah, today's lost to the rendering void. Today's all about little tiny details that when I zoom out I won't even see. So just part of the crew, part of the ship. I forget Mars Attacks has like every celebrity in it. Every time I rewatch Mars Attacks, I'm like, Jack Nicholson did this movie? Oh. Yeah, I think Mars Attacks bombed. I don't think it was popular when it came out either. My favorite movie that came out around that time, I didn't know this till I saw the Red Letter Media review of it. Starship Troopers. I guess it bombed because people didn't realize it was supposed to be a satire of fascism. People thought that, like, I guess people went and saw the movie by the creator of RoboCop. Like, if that wasn't obvious enough that it's going to be a satire. I guess they went and saw the movie and they were like uncomfortable and nobody could figure out why they were uncomfortable because they were like supposed to be rooting for like heroes that are like terrible. And like, I don't know, I guess people, it was so on the nose that people couldn't tell it was a joke. Hold on, which one's which? The one who loves him that he doesn't love back until it's too late. That's the one. Is that Diz? Which one is it? The one with like the curly hair, who's like has a crush on him. Spoiler alert. The one who dies in his arms when it's too late. I think it's Diz, right? Because he goes, Diz! Diz! Yeah, Diz. I'm team Diz all the way. I will say that I saw the shower scene at the wrong age, and now that's a core memory that's burned into me for the rest of my life. That was a formative viewing experience. I'll put it that way. It was that, and the Keanu Reeves 3 wives sex scene in Bram Stoker's Dracula. I saw that scene and Starship Troopers, I think the same like summer, and I was like, what's happening? I was like, wait a minute. I think that's Monica Bellucci in Bram Stoker's Dracula, who's one of the Gorgons. She got like the snakes in her hair. Bram Stoker's Dracula, probably my favorite art-directed film of all time. Definitely in the top 5. Bram Stoker's Dracula. I want to say it was 1992 that it came out, I think. It's with Keanu Reeves and, you know, Beetlejuice girl, Winona Ryder. With Gary Oldman as Vlad Drac. Unbelievably beautiful movie. Such a good movie. Ironically, because we're talking about him a lot, Johnny Depp was supposed to be the main character of that movie, but because of a conflict, he could not be part of it. So they cast, as a favor, they cast Keanu Reeves. And I have a funny feeling if they had cast Johnny Depp, that movie would have been considered an all-time classic. Because it would have been peak Johnny Depp and peak Winona Ryder. And Keanu Reeves, as much as I love him, I love Keanu Reeves, he cannot do an English accent to save his life. So him in that role as Jonathan Harker is very, very weird. It stands out. But my God, Gary Oldman and fuck, who's the guy that played Hannibal? Who plays Van Helsing in that movie? Fucking their performances are so good. Anthony Hopkins. The movie bombed when it came out, I think. I think it's considered a classic now, but when it came out, I think it underperformed. I might be wrong, though. Maybe it did well. I just know people don't watch it because Keanu Reeves is in it. It's so good, though. It's so good. Anthony Hopkins as Van Helsing is like, no one can top that. Yeah, Gary Oldman's performance in that movie is wild. He plays like 6 different Draculas. He's like Werewolf Dracula, Rat Dracula, Bat Dracula, Young Dracula, Old Dracula. Like, oh, it's so good. Slow Horses? No, I haven't seen it. I don't even know what it is. The line that always sticks out is when Keanu Reeves thinks Dracula's dead, but then he sees young Dracula in the city. And he goes, "It is the man himself. He's grown young." And you're like, I guess that's English. You're a likable guy, I'll give it to you. But in your heart, you're like, uh. Yeah, Winona Ryder played Mina. And fucking Princess Bride played oh god, what's his name? It's not Quincy. Quincy's the American, played by the Rocketeer. Charles? Is that his name? Oh, Charles. Fuck, what is her fiance's name? Yeah, whatever that character's name is, the one that Carrie plays. The guy who plays Quincy has some great lines too, where he's like, "Well, Missy, you're more refreshing than a spring dew on a parched desert morning." It's like some like super over the top American lines. He's American. I've held your hand and told you, it's borderline Elvis. The voice is borderline Elvis for Quincy. I've held your hand and you've held mine, and it's oh, it's such a good movie. It's so good. If you're listening to this and you played Bloodborne and you enjoyed it and you thought the visuals were cool, but you haven't seen this movie we're talking about, go watch this movie. Because about, I'm going to say a healthy 30% of Bloodborne's visual design came from this movie. Specifically, the Queen of Yharnam. Specifically, Dracula is the coach driver. Specifically, everything in Canehurst Castle. Everything in the medical clinic you wake up in at the beginning of the game, Yasefka's. Huge amount of inspiration visually came from this movie for Bloodborne. '92 Dracula was one of a few things that visually inspired Bloodborne. There's a few things they pulled from, and that was one of them. '92 Dracula, yeah. I'll show this one because it's the most obvious. Lucy's bridal gown and the Lady of Yarnum. 100% this with the bloodstains and everything. Like, this is like almost directly lifted. Yeah. Yeah, everything she's done, that costume designer. Aiko Ishioka, yeah. Everything she touches is great. The Fall is probably, I mean, Bram Stoker's Dracula is my favorite by default, but The Fall is probably the best visual design she's done. That movie is so cool. The Cell has some really iconic scenes, though. But The Fall is like, every single frame of that movie is like beautiful. I love The Cell, I just don't like the parts where they come back to the real world. Everything in the dream, everything in like the mind of the guy is great. Yeah, The Cell's very good. The best scene in The Cell was the one with the horse, I think. I think about that one often, because it made me so uncomfortable. That's a great scene, too. Probably got like another 3 hours of streaming, guys. Maybe a little less. Ugh. Having a hard time seeing. My eyes are getting blurry. I might take a break in a minute. Just because my eyes are getting blurry. It doesn't usually happen to me. The light in here is kind of weird too because the sun's setting, so it might be that. I don't want to hear words. I don't want to hear words. Stop it. Please. Please stop. No, thank you. Vitamin D fixes a lot of shit. Place your bets, chat. Will I be able to get a haircut this week? We'll see. Oh my god. Dragon's Dogma 2 last night. I found my first lich. Oh, so cool. Floating around the map like a goldfish with all the tattered fabric following it, like swimming around in the air. So fucking cool. Good job, Capcom. I definitely need a haircut. Not because of the look necessarily, though I do think it's a little too shaggy. I swim like every day in a chlorine pool, and constantly chlorine shampooing hair this long is a huge pain in the ass. Because if I don't, it turns into just like gunk. The fucking chlorine makes the hair all sticky and gross, so it's like you have to constantly shampoo it with this really expensive conditioner. So I just have to I have to cut it. Wolverine beard and haircut. I could do that. Oh, gonna move to another section of the piece. Right after I get up and walk around my room. If you haven't got up in a while, now's your cue, chat. Back. All right, I'm gonna start putting some flags down for stuff I have to do. Just because I'm losing focus. Haven't been sleeping great, so my mind is a little shot. This, these, this whole area, this, that, this, that, this, these, obviously. These. All this shit. This is probably what I'm gonna do next, is this shit in here. This is high priority. This is high priority. This is high priority. Okay. I'm gonna clean this up. Okay. Alright, let me finish up this thing. I started this. I moved away from it. Oops. Ooh. I'll probably switch to a black background soon. I'm only working on the white because the people I'm doing the t-shirt for like to print on white a lot, and I want to make sure the levels work on both. But I could do that with adjustment layers after. But yeah, you're right. I could drop the background. I always hope that my stuff gets printed on black t-shirts. I think it always looks better, but it's a case by case. No, you're right. It might be hurting my eyes. It might be part of me getting blurry eyes. It's a good point. Alright. This has those weird overlap scales on it, so I gotta start drawing those. Oh, that's interesting. Oh, this is an optical illusion. Oh, that's so weird. That's such a weird tangent. Oh, I see it now. Oh, I had this all wrong. Wow. Okay. This isn't attached. It's overlapping it, but it's the same value in the 3D model. It's actually a tentacle that's wrapping around over it. Okay. Interesting. Okay. Wow, that's really hard to see in the model. So this is one of these, and this tentacle's coming up and wrapping around in front of it. Okay. Interesting. Weird, the way the curves all blend together. Huh. I'm gonna change that so it's less confusing. I'm gonna have it start curling the other way. Yeah, they did some really cool designs in this game. They did a very good job interpreting the old 1997 3D models in hyper-realistic 2024 models. Alright, chat, sound off. What's everybody working on? Or doing? Tell me about your Sunday. In between jobs, used to work at Hooters. Now I'm waiting to get rehired at Lowe's. Masks and puppets. Hell yeah, dude. Did you watch the Del Toro Pinocchio? That movie was fucking crazy. The puppets for the fairy? Oh my god, the like Sphinx one, the Death Fairy. So cool. "17. Female robot. Hell yeah. Good stuff, guys. I personally think these white-rimmed, chunky scales are the weakest part of the whole character design. They don't really fit. I feel like they were trying to go for, like, I don't know, something I think I've seen on, like, an octopus before, but they're, like, sitting on top of the skin. They're not, like, a pattern on the skin. It's weird how, like, chunky they are. Dude, it's so good. Armored octopus. Hell yeah. Sounds like a Mega Man X villain. Wait, is it a Mega Man X villain? Who am I thinking of? Mega Man... Is it Launch Octopus in Mega Man X? Yeah, it's Launch Octopus. Okay. Man, Mega Man X had awesome character designs. Fuck. Yeah, the gradient map thing is cool. I might do that with this when it's done. Just to have a version with some color. When in doubt, try spinning. That's a good trick. What do I look at for mech humanoid design? Always something Japanese. Always a video game or a manga or, yeah. If I was doing straight like Gundam mechs, I'd probably look at like the Armored Core games. If I was doing human stuff, I'd probably find an anime that had an aesthetic I liked and mix a few. Yeah, dude, spinning. That's what young Anakin says at the end of episode 1, The Phantom Menace. I'll try spinning, that's a good trick. Or to quote Pepe O'Hare, do a barrel roll. I like Star Fox better personally, but I hate that Nintendo controls it because Star Fox could be better than it is if Nintendo would just stop being silly. The same thing I love about Nintendo is the same thing I hate about Nintendo, which is they don't make games unless they have a new idea for the game, and not like, here's an idea for a new game story-wise or level-wise. They want a new like experience or something. Like they don't want to make a new Star Fox game because in their mind it would just be a better graphic version of Star Fox 64, and they've already made that game. That's their rationale. So they're like, until we can think of a new way to play it, we don't want to make it because it's redundant. And it's like, guys, having better graphics is enough. Like, just make new levels, better like, it's fine, guys. But hey, that's what makes them great, and it also what holds them back. My nephew has this new behavior that was cute at first, but now it's starting to make me kind of sad, where he's like, he gets all nervous and he looks at me and he's like, I can tell he's thinking about something, and I'm like, what's going on? And he's like, I don't want to say. And I'm like, why? And he's like, I'm worried you're gonna say no. And I'm like, well, you know, I might or I might not. It depends what it is. I'm like, but it's okay. Like, no, it's not a scary word. And then he gets all anxious and he's like, I don't want you to say no. And I'm like, well, I don't know what you're going to say because, you know. And then I'll have to play like 20 questions because he won't say it because the idea of me saying no to it scares him. He freaks out at the idea of me saying no. So I'm like, is it a place? And he's like, yeah. And I'm like, is it a place we have fun? And he goes, yeah. I go, okay. Is it a place where we play games? And he goes, no. I go, okay. Is it a place that we go in the car? And he goes, yeah. I go, is it a place that we eat food? Yeah. I'm like, is it a place where we get pizza? No. Is it a place where we get tacos? No. And I'm like, is it a place that we get burgers? Yeah. I'm like, do you want to ask me if we can go there for lunch? He goes, I can't. I'm like, you can, dude. It's okay. He's like, I can't. And then he'll go to my mother because she's always there when I'm babysitting him. And he'll be like, he'll tug on her like leg, and he'll whisper in her ear, I want to go to McDonald's. But he won't say it to us. He won't say it to me, and he won't say it to his father, my brother. And she'll be like, well, ask Uncle Danny if you can go. And he'll be like, no, he might say no. And she's like, well, he might say yes, you gotta ask. And he's like, I can't, you ask him. And he like tries to make her ask. And I'm like, buddy, like, I don't know what this is. I don't know where it came from. It was really cute at first, and then I got kind of sad because I'm like, he's actually like really anxious. It's like, I guess it's a thing that some kids get around his age, but I don't know. But yeah, I don't know. Dealt with a lot of that this morning. I can't say it. I'm like, you can. So then eventually my brother was like, do you want to go to, are you trying to say you want to go to McDonald's? Because we tried for like 20 minutes. And it got to the point where we were like, I think this is actually freaking him out. So we're like, do you want to go to McDonald's? And he's like, you're going to say no. And it's like, dude, like, so my brother immediately was like, no, yeah, we can go to McDonald's. He goes, oh, we can go? And he's like, yeah. And he's like, we can go right now? And he's like, yeah. And he's like, I thought you were going to say no. And it's like, dude, you gotta, come on, man. Like, I don't know what it is. I don't know what it is. He did it with my phone today, too. He was like, I want to do the thing, but I'm afraid you're going to say no. And I'm like, well, what is it? He's like, I can't say. And I'm like, is it a thing that we do together? And he goes, yeah. And I go through the whole question thing again. Is it a thing we do inside? Yeah. Is it a thing that makes you laugh? Yeah. Is it a thing that you only do with me? Yeah. And then eventually we get to, do you want to look at videos on my phone? And he's like, you're gonna say no. And I'm like, dude, no, we can. Like, I don't know what that is. but rejection sensitivity. I don't know. He just started doing it this week. He's very freaked out by the word no, but he loves my dog. So I bring my dog over, and if my dog tries to he tries to feed her everything, so I have to train the dog not to take it, because he tries to give her all sorts of stuff because he loves her. So he tried to give her his dinosaur nuggets, and I had to be like, Eiley, no. And he immediately freezes, and he's like, why'd you say no? And I'm like, because she can't have your food. It's your food. And he's like, why'd you say no? And I'm like, because she can't eat your food. And he's like, but why'd you say no? And he obsesses over it. So I gotta find other words that aren't no. I gotta be like, ah. I'm just gonna have to do that. Eiley, ah. No, it's not manipulation. He's feeling something. His face does this thing where it scrunches up subconsciously. It's like a face like kids make before they start to cry, but he doesn't start to cry. He just does the scrunch. And when he does that, I know he's feeling anxiety. He doesn't realize he's doing it. I've got a niece on the way in June, so I'm hoping that transition's easy because he's 6. I'm hoping he understands what a big change that's going to be for his whole family dynamic. I think he sort of does, but you're also like, he's not going to know until it happens, kind of thing. There's no way to really prepare a kid for that. So, we'll see what happens. Poor kid. Something tells me I'm going to be doing a lot more babysitting when the sister shows up. I think I'm going to have my nephew multiple times a week. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Good point, Jen. You might be right. Hello, my neighbor Tom. Could be. Don't know. He doesn't ask for his mom, he's just afraid of the word no in any context. But anyway. I've never seen Quiet on Set, but if it's about how kids are treated in Hollywood, I probably don't want to see it. That will trigger me. Supposedly there's some crazy documentary out about Nickelodeon that's awful. I haven't watched that yet either. Oh, is Quiet on Set the Nickelodeon documentary? Whoops. Walked right into that one. Yeah, someone mentioned that to me yesterday. And I was like, I don't know if I want to watch that. I don't know if I want to know that all the shit I loved was terrible. They told me something so crazy I couldn't believe it, which was that one of the Nickelodeon creators was like a big fan of John Wayne Gacy and had like a painting of him as Pogo the Clown, which, yikes, dude, if that's true. Oh, not a good look. Not a good look. Three body problem? That sounds incredibly familiar, but I could not tell you what it is off the top of my head. Maybe I'm thinking of the trolley problem? I don't know. I've definitely heard three body problem, but I don't know what the context was. If I looked into it for 2 seconds, I'd probably remember what it is right away. Is it good? The Game of Thrones guys were kind of run out of Hollywood after the ending of Game of Thrones. Is it good though? They're good at adapting material that's already been written. The reason Game of Thrones ending sucked is because the books weren't done. Everything they adapted from George R.R. Martin was great. It's just when they had to write their own stuff, it was bad. So if they're adapting a book called Three Body Problem that's already been written, it's probably very good because they're very good at adapting. They're just not great at creating. That's cool. Maybe I'll watch it. The next show I'm going to watch is Shogun. I'm just waiting for it to end because I want to watch it all at once. Maybe I'll watch it after Shogun. I heard the new season of Fargo is really good too. Well, yeah, most countries do that when they adapt something. If China was adapting an American novel, they'd probably cast Chinese people in it for their home audience. That's pretty common. Whitewashing isn't great, but it's, you know, it's not exactly new. It's not a good thing, it's just a thing. If the story's set in... I'm trying to think. If you adapted The Man in the High Tower, could you switch... You couldn't really switch countries, right? Because the whole... The government in power is such a huge part of the story. So how would you do that? Would you create a fictional government somewhere else? That's interesting. I'm talking about the three-body problem. Someone in chat said that it was whitewashed. I haven't seen it, so I have no idea. We're not talking about Fargo. I haven't seen it, so I have no idea. It would not surprise me if they're adapting a Chinese novel that it's whitewashed, though, because they do that constantly in Hollywood. Oh, they switch it from China to London? Alright. Dang. Yeah, maybe I'll watch it. Definitely waiting for Shogun. And then after that, I don't know. That's actually a very good point. If it's critical of China and it's set in China, they probably couldn't film it in China. And a lot of people that are native to China probably wouldn't want to be a part of it. So that would make sense if they changed locations. I could understand that. Again, I haven't seen it though, so I don't really have a take. Do I have a favorite Pokemon? I only know the original 150. I liked Vaporeon and Poliwrath a lot. I like Dragonite. I like Gyarados. I like the water types and the dragon types. I know, the memes killed Vaporeon. Who else? I thought Articuno was cool. I liked, what other ones did I like? I'm trying to think. I thought Kangaskhan was a sick design. I never used Kangaskhan in the games, though. I always chose Ammonite over Aerodactyl. My favorite tech in the game was Bubble Beam, because the animation was like chant, 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 chant. Like, for some reason, the sound and the tempo. I always thought that was so cool when I was a kid. Oh, I liked Alakazam. What memes? There's a bunch of memes on the internet that Vaporeon is the most fuckable Pokemon. It became a meme a few years ago that which Pokemon is the most fuckable. It was Vaporeon. Don't know where the meme came from, can't remember. I just know it's a meme. Certified Vaporeon Enjoyer. Whoop! I always thought the no smoking signs on coughing and wheezing were stupid, and I thought they like broke the Pokemon like lore. It was like, these are like human-made symbols; they shouldn't be on a thing. And then I want to say it was R.J. Palmer, the guy, the artist who redesigned all the Pokemon realistically. I think it was him I was talking to. I can't remember. And he was like, well, clearly they evolve inside of areas that are full of smog and stuff, right? And I'm like, yeah, like power plants and things. And he's like, yeah, that's where they grow and that's where you catch them. And I'm like, okay. And he's like, so if those signs are up in the environment that say like don't smoke and this is toxic, then, you know, adapting to look like those signs would be a form of natural camouflage. And I was like, fuck you. You're right, but fuck you. You're correct, but now I hate you. Alright, chat, we got about 90 minutes of stream left before I'm done for the night. How we feeling about the progress? Today's slower than I would have liked, but I also knew that it was going to be going in. I didn't sleep great, and it's only like half a work day for me, but yeah, it's not a 10-hour day, it's like a 5 or 6 hour day. And I am struggling to keep my eyes open. But, you know, one more big, good day is all I'm gonna need to get the majority of the stuff I gotta get done, so. We gotta switch back to the Elden Ring piece this week too. Hopefully after this one's done. But I do have to get that wrapped up. That has to be done. So much streaming lately, my voice is so raw. That one has to get done. And the next Elden Ring piece has to get done. Around the time the DLC drops in June. So I gotta finish that record, which should not take more than 2 weeks. And then I gotta jump onto the final big Elden Ring piece and try to get that done in 2 or 3 months on top of the other stuff I'm gonna be doing. That's gonna be difficult, but we'll see. I will be back tomorrow. Tomorrow will be a work day. It will be an all-day work day. So, feel free to come hang out. Maybe I'll even have a guest on to talk with. We will see. If I can figure out how to make a loopback, get my audio to capture in OBS. Boy.
I have to ask you this, Dan, because you're more versed in these things. If the client's writings are bad, is it a good idea to offer some feedback or just ignore it and do your part?
If you're the artist, just ignore it. If you're working on a comic together collaboratively, you might be able to phrase it in a way where, like, hey, on this panel, I noticed that these words felt a little clunky with the art I'm doing. I thought maybe we could streamline it by saying this. Like, even then, it's iffy. It all depends on the ego of the person, but typically if you're not the writer, they don't really want to hear it. But that all depends on your working relationship. You know, you could politely say, hey, I had some feedback on the script. Would you be down to hear it? Even if they say yes, they might not mean it. They might just humor you because they don't want to be rude. But, yeah. If it's for a company, like if I got like a script from like DC or something, or Marvel, and I had to do art for it, 100% of the time they don't want to hear your feedback on the script. They have professional people coming in and writing those, and they just want you to do the art. If you're working on like an indie thing with a smaller creator and it's more like a partnership or a small team, that's more realistic. But I'd say most of the time if you're being hired for art, they want you to do art. Also, don't overextend because you're being paid to do the art. You're not being paid to write. And if they're not going to pay you for writing, don't spend time on something you're not, you know, being compensated for. Because that can lead to resentment. You know, if you change the script fundamentally and it comes out and it's great, you might feel like you're entitled to more money than they gave you. Because you're like, well, this would have sucked if not for me. But like, there's no contract in place to compensate you for your writing. So you kind of just get fucked over. So I'd say if you like your writing and you think you're a better writer than them, you should start writing your own stuff and illustrate it and put it out, and that way you own it and you can control it. But yeah, don't do work for free, especially on something creative where they don't have to compensate you. James Jean does not do all of his stuff traditionally. James Jean is a multimedia master. He sometimes draws in pencil, he sometimes draws in Procreate, he sometimes draws in Photoshop and Clip Studio. He sometimes starts with just paint. He sometimes does acrylic, oil, watercolor. Yeah, James Jean does everything. He doesn't start every piece traditionally though. He does traditional and digital. He does maintain a pretty regular sketchbook though, so I'd say most, at least 75% of his drawings start as sketches in his sketchbook with pencil. So even if the piece is done digitally 100%, the idea is likely generated traditionally, just because he's a sketchbook guy. But yeah. He does a lot of pieces mixed too, where he'll do a sketch with pencil, then he'll scan it and refine the lines digitally, then print out the digital lines and do a base of watercolor on a board, then scan that and do some toned color, then print that and do some acrylic on top. Like, he does a lot of different steps using a lot of different mediums. He knows which ones are strongest for which effects and which ones are weakest, and he mixes and matches them a lot. You can see that on his Fables covers. He uses basically every medium possible through the course of that project. Same thing with one of my favorite artists who does not get enough love, John Foster. John Foster is a multimedia guy. John Foster and James Jean both came up around the same time. They were both illustrators, and they were both at the, not the dawn of combining, you know, digital art with traditional art, but they were like in like the second wave of that. It first started out like late 90s, early 2000s, and the two of them kind of came up around 2007. But yeah. If you can find a copy of James Jean's Fables book, if the reprint of it is still available and it's not like $400, I would highly recommend getting it because it shows all the work he did, and it shows the sketches, and it shows the underpaintings, and it talks about how he made all of them. So it's like a breakdown of his process throughout the entire run. It's pretty great. James Jean's one of those people that actively makes my life better and worse. Because, like, he's one of my favorite, if not my favorite artist. I have, like, 20 of his prints framed and hanged all around my house. But if I worked every second of every day for the rest of my life with no breaks, I would not get half of what he's accomplished done already. He's just an absolute production machine. He puts out so much work, and like, he does have teams that help him finish big paintings and stuff. Like, he does the atelier method where like he's the master and people help with certain things. That definitely speeds it up. But even if you removed that part of it, even if you got rid of that, like, he's put out, you know, multiple books, multiple series of things, multiple products, hundreds of prints, like entire runs of comic book covers, fashion wear, stained glass installations. Like, there's just, yeah. He's prolific in a way that most artists never will be. Even people I know personally who are extremely successful at like the top of their fields, James Jean just eclipses them in terms of how much he's able to get done and how good it all is. He's like a generational creator. He started producing in his late teens, early 20s. He went to college at SVA in New York and started doing commission work very early for comic books. He did a couple X-Men things, and then he immediately jumped onto Fables at Vertigo and took over that whole run. And then straight out of Fables, he worked on some TV movie stuff. He worked on the original pitch for the Castlevania show that ended up on Netflix. He did some pre-production art for that when it first got pitched in 2007, before it was, you know, shelved and dusted off 10 years later. Then he went and he did stuff at Prada, and that's when he blew up. His agent somehow got him a thing with Prada, and once he did that, he was basically like on track to just become this monster. Like, yeah. After the Prada thing, he could basically do whatever he wanted to do, and people would buy it because he went from illustrator to fine artist. When he was an illustrator, he was mostly doing publishing work. It was comics, it was novels, it was TV. But after the Prada thing, he was a fine artist, and people would pay money just for his prints. the way that some people feel about AI is the way that I feel about James Jean. Where people are like, I should just give up because AI. Like, I'm like, I should just give up because I'm never gonna be as good as James Jean. Like, it's that level of I love his work so much. It's like, it almost makes me not wanna. It's like, I love his work to a detriment. Yeah, fine artist is always defined by the public. If you call yourself a fine artist, it doesn't really mean much. The public has to identify you as one for it to mean anything. Like, when did Miles Johnston go from illustrator to fine artist? It was when the public started buying his personal fine art looking stuff. When that became the demand, you know? I mean, really, I'm biased because it's my dream, but I feel like that would be everybody's dream to some degree, is to get to work on enough big IPs that you get a big enough fan base and enough eyeballs on your work that you can start doing the stuff you just do for fun in your sketchbook and make a living off selling that. That feels like it would be, or should be, logically the goal for everybody. But I do think there's some people out there that are very happy and just want to work on certain IPs forever, or just do fan art of a certain thing and make a living off it. Like, I think those people do exist. But it's, I don't know, to me it just seems like the end goal would be getting enough of an audience that you can just market to your fans and not have to rely on a company. That seems like the definition of like creative freedom, which I think should be everybody's goal to some degree. If you haven't seen James Jean's Castlevania stuff that he did for the show that ended up at Netflix, before it was at Netflix, it was being adapted for, I forget what network, but him and Sam Weber did art for it that got shelved. If you Google James Jean Castlevania, you'll find it, and it's a beautiful piece. He designed it to look like an old triptych that got pulled out of a church. Really cool cross composition. It's great. It's based on Castlevania 3 because that was the one that they adapted into the show. I'll be right back, chat. It's funny that James Jean and Sam Weber are both like super famous artists. They were roommates in college, and they were both working on a Castlevania 3 adaptation at the same time as roommates. It's very funny to think about that. Like, you're a student in college, you're super talented, you're living with another super talented student who's your classmate, and you're both working on a TV show while you're doing your, like, junior thesis. I was so bummed. I went to New York my senior year of college to the school that James Jean went to, and I met Sam Weber, and I met a bunch of his classmates, and I met a bunch of the people that taught him and stuff, and I was like, this school is awesome. Like, I know that the school didn't make James Jean what he is. I know that him as an individual is what made him special, but it was such a better environment than the one I was in academically, like creatively, academically, in terms of being realistic with what to expect in the world. Like, and I was like, I want to do my final year of school here and do a thesis with these people, and this is so awesome. And I applied there, and I got a full ride scholarship with housing, but they said my education was so bad at the school I had been at, my portfolio, as a result of what they told me to put in it, was so weak that they would have to bump me down to a sophomore, and I'd have to do 3 years. It would be an all expenses paid 3 years, but it would mean another 3 years of college. And I decided not to do it, and just left college and started doing Crimson Daggers with Dave. But that was such a bummer. I was so happy when they said I got it, and then immediately they were like, there's a catch. And I was like, fuck. God damn it. But I mentioned that to my, if you've ever heard the stories about the big falling out I had with my teachers at this college I went to, it was over that. Because I came back and I was like furious. And they were like, why? And I was like, because everything you've been telling me is bullshit. And I finally got confirmation of it from a much better college. And they offered me a scholarship, but they said I'd have to become a sophomore because the level of education you've given me as a senior is so incompatible with their standards. And yeah, that basically destroyed any relationship I had with them at that point. It was late enough in the year that it didn't really matter, but like, it was over. It was already over. I was gonna leave and graduate and stuff, but like, God, I was pissed. Well, that sounds pretty pretentious of them, Chase. Just send a follow-up, Miguel. Just be like, hey, checking on this. I don't want to, you know, commit to the designs and risk, you know, until I've had your approval. Just word the delay as a way of valuing their opinion. Just be like, hey, you know, I don't want to move forward on this without your input because I want to know what you think and what you want to see. So, you know, just get back to me at your convenience and, you know, send a reminder tomorrow or something. But yeah. Yeah, then I would just drop it. Could be anything. I mean, anything could have happened that he's not getting back to you. Like, you know, he might get back to you later tonight, for all you know. If the email had attachments, it also might have gone to his spam, so try again. That's happened to me a few times where clients like, where the hell is the thing? And I'm like, what do you mean? I sent it 2 days ago. That's good, man. It sounds like progress. Oh my god, guys, another idea for that Johnny Depp multiverse movie we talked about earlier? When they're on Jack Sparrow's boat, and one of them's like, this is ridiculous. I don't believe we're all characters played by the actor Johnny Depp. You can have Barbosa come out and go, well, you better start believing in being characters played by Johnny Depp, Phil. You better start believing in being characters in a Johnny Depp film. You're in one. It'll be great. It'll be fantastic. They'll zoom out, they'll snap zoom out, and they'll be in a movie. Alright guys, we got 1 hour left to stream. Yeah, I've seen Disco Elysium's art. It's great. Let's check back on Pepito. Ah, Pepito! Hell yeah, dude. Fuck. This was so fun to paint over. Alright. Do you have any idea Dave started his animation for Starvale? Storyboards, like really loose storyboards. He like drew it out as a simple little like series of motions. And then I believe he, for some of it, I believe he posed a figure. For the one where the guy like turns and jumps. But yeah. Ever done psychedelics? No. But next time I see Dave, I'm gonna do mushrooms with him. We already agreed on that. I was supposed to go out in January, but I didn't. If you can find something that's articulatable, like this guy whose leg fell off, you can pose this into basically anything and get some camera angles. But yeah. Yes, it is. It's opposable. Michelangelo's David. There he is, giving a thumbs up. I'm gonna be honest, I don't want to do mushrooms. I'm kind of terrified of it. But Dave did them and said that it was very healing, and me and Dave have a lot of similar issues. So I'm gonna trust him. But I'm also very worried about doing it, so I don't know what to expect really. Mike, I never want to bring stuff like that up without consent, so I'd never mention it. But how are you doing now that you've brought it up? You doing okay? Love you. Hope you're doing better. I never want to assume someone's cool talking about something that personal, you know? So I generally just don't ever bring it up. Nice. It's good. It's not about the environment. I've heard that mushrooms and other things can unlock repressed stuff. And there's a chunk of my childhood I don't remember. And I think I know why I don't remember it. And I don't really, if it's as bad as I think it is, I don't really want to remember it. So like, I don't know. I don't know. We'll see. We'll see what the fuck happens, but I don't know if I want to enter this underworld again. I'm worried if I enter this underworld, I'm not going to get out of it. I'm a little worried, but we'll see. Negadan. Yeah, there you go. I have an almost photographic memory for most things, down to absurd details, which you've probably seen on exhibit on streams before. But there's a 1 week period of my life. There's a 3 year period that's patchy. There's parts that I remember and parts that I don't, but there's a week long period that I have nothing from. And I'm like, I really want to do that. I really want to do shrooms and think about that. We'll see. I mean, it's gonna happen. Next time I see Dave, I'm gonna do them. But, you know, we'll see what happens. Well, I'm off meds now. I was on some hardcore antidepressants, but I'm off meds now, so we'll see. No, I think if you were restrained when you did shrooms, it would probably make it even worse. That would be my guess. I think that would cause you to really freak out. Especially if you're me and you have a phobia of being restrained. Oh, I'm officiating another wedding, chat. My very good friend Kyle and his lovely fiancée Stephanie asked me to do their wedding in Maine next year. So I gotta keep focusing on losing some more weight so I can look good in a nice suit. And yeah, that'll be nice. That'll be wholesome. It's my 5th officiation, I think.
Did I send you it? Jacob?
When did you order it? Sorry, I ship stuff everywhere and I'm like, it all blends together. But I can help you get it. Well, you know, the background helps. Wait, I'm confused. Did you buy a book and it hasn't shown up yet, or have you not bought the book? You never got your Kickstarter book? What country are you in? If you don't mind me asking. I think I know. Well, I have a question. We'll clear it up. Did you, so you said you were mega busy at the time. Did you fill out your survey? Because the shipping process was automated based on the surveys. If you didn't fill out your survey, your address was never locked, and if your address was never locked, you never got a package. So we sent out like 50 reminders to fill out surveys, but the problem is most of the reminders go to people's spam and they never see them. So then people don't fill out their survey and then they never get their book. So I'm assuming that's what happened to you. But if you're in the US, I can send you a book like tomorrow. If you're abroad, it might be kind of a nightmare. Oh, if you're in the US, I can just... You probably didn't do a survey. I can just send you a book. If you want to send me a message on Instagram with your address in California, I can just send it to you. Whoa, what happened? 9 times out of 10, it's a survey thing. Yeah, just send me your address and I'll send you a book. Is it just book 2, or did you get other stuff with it? Well, you just send me a message with your address and tell me what you got, and I'll make sure you get it. Nice. Yeah, I'll make sure you get it. I'll probably send it out tomorrow. Yeah, this is live. What's going on? Artifacts 9. What's happening? Okay, man. I'll make sure you get it. Thank you, Artifacts. I am. I hope you are too. I gotta send 2 books out tomorrow anyway, so that's good. I'll do my best to protect it. I don't have any bumper boxes left, so I'll wrap it as best I can. I will 100% wrap it in love.
Am I in a church? No, it's my home. I bought those windows in an antique shop and installed them in my house. There you go. They were a lot. The nice thing is I installed electric lights inside them, so it's actually pitch black out right now. The sun's down. I can turn the windows on at night and feel like a vampire in a spooky castle. So that's actually electric right now. No, it's nighttime. Yeah, sun's been down for like an hour. Did I install a lamp that's just blasting through my window? No, so I'll sketch it. I'll show you. So let's say this is the outside wall of my house with the insulation. There's no window here. I intentionally built the house so there's no window here. The reason why is because if you could see the stained glass window from outside, number one, it might annoy people, and number two, some kid with a rock might come and destroy it. Because I grew up in a town like this, and I know what kids do when they're bored. So the outside of the wall is just flush, there's nothing there. Then on the inside of the wall, there's bookshelves, and inside the bookshelves are stacked lights like this that shine down on what's on the shelves. Then there's a hinge with a weight support beam mounted to the wall, and on top of that, the stained glass is installed like a bookshelf door, so they can swing open, and I can get at the shelves and change the lights. So that's how it's set up. So there's a low setting and a high setting for the lights, so during the day I can turn it on high, and during the night I can turn it on low, because it doesn't need as much light to light up. But that's what they are. They're basically two giant doors with one triangle window on top. So this window opens that way, and this window opens that way, and then there's shelves inside. I could demonstrate, but I'm not going to at this moment because I'm in a render hole. Someday. I've only got 24 minutes left of this stream, so I'm trying to get a little more work done. There's another window that's red on the other side that I can't show you. They both came out of the same church, so it's like a matching set. I wish it was a gateway to the Promised Land. You think I'd be here right now if I could go to the Promised Land? Be there all the time, dude. I thought for Halloween putting a strobe light inside them might be kind of cool. I've never seen a strobe light stained glass window. Have a vampire party up here. You're trapped in their artifacts. I'm not letting you out. You're right where you belong. That's right. "20 minutes left to stream, chat." I don't know, you've been talking a lot. You think you've earned a meal? 15 minutes left of stream, chat. Yep, I gave myself a 10-day max limit. We're on day 6. I got 3 days left and then this one's done. Thanks, Daryl. No, I'm gonna leave the bookshelves the way they are. I might put more stained glass in the house, but these are like 12 feet tall, so they're pretty huge. They take up a lot of space. Fucking A. Not enough coffee in the world. Ugh. I got like no sleep. Today was a struggle. I'm surprised I got anything done today, honestly. It sort of is wearing a Naruto headband. It's like a weird bucket thing with bolts, but it looks very Naruto-y. I'll show you the piece I'd love to make stained glass. This other piece that I'm doing right now. Oh man, do I have to go find it? I bet I do. Yeah, I do. I want to make this one stained glass. This piece I gotta finish by next week for Elden Ring. I would love to make this stained glass. This would be so cool. It would have to be huge though. It would have to be like fucking massive. Yeah. That'd be dope. Keep the frame stone and do the interior with colored glass. Oh, that'd be great. I mean, James Jean makes stained glass. They're out there. He's done a few stained glass installations. Adios, J.R. Barker. I'll be off of here in 8 minutes too, guys, so stream's winding down. I mean, I could do it here. I would just need a soldering gun. And I would need something to heat up lead with. It's not like... It's very meticulous, but it's not like difficult. Like the process isn't like hard to comprehend, it's just very meticulous. You gotta cut the glass so that it doesn't shatter. Either paint it or stain it or put stuff between it. And then you have to figure out how to bend all the lead to make a frame that holds it into place. And then you gotta solder it all. Not is making, did make. James Jean has made a pagoda out of stained glass, and he's making another one. He made one a few years ago with a tiger in it. I am building a workshop up here, so I could put some soldering stuff, I guess, if I wanted to try that. Getting it down the stairs would be a fucking nightmare, though. I'm working on some physical objects that I have not shown on stream yet that are not just 2D paintings. And I'm building a workshop up here so I can keep constructing them. And one day I will show them to you, and you will understand. I don't know how big the one he finished is. It was like a big obelisk. But I think you could walk underneath it. Fuck, you're right. It is a Steve Lichman bad dragon. God damn it. You ever look someone in the eyes after and go, imagine if it was a good dragon? That's gonna be our brand. It's gonna be the good dragon. Two minutes, chat. Then I'm off of here. Any final questions, comments, concerns, complaints? Compliments? Feel free to throw them in chat. Otherwise, I will see you tomorrow. Have we discussed their genitals? We don't just discuss them, we describe some of them in the audiobook. We describe one of the character's genitals. We take a whole 2 paragraphs to describe it in detail. So yes. You should do it, Jacob. Alright, guys. Oh, man. Let's see. Do a quick bucket fill up here. Just a new one because I added a new tentacle. Quick bucket fill, then I'm gonna get off of here. This thing down here is probably the next thing I gotta work on. Alright. Throw these on. Alright, guys. Have a lovely night. I'll see you tomorrow. We'll be back. We'll be working on this on the Elden Ring piece. We'll see what we can get done. Love you.